will take place in the alarms and have it detect if the alarm is actually at 0 when it happens. So we could possibly stop some of the weird interactions that can happen. So we'll be setting their movement speed to 0, and then they'll read through to determine what alarm they want to do. And if none of the alarms are at 0, they'll just keep interacting until the alarms are at 0. Or keep going at 0 until either interaction stops or the alarm isn't at 0 anymore. I think it should be more efficient. We can stop a lot of code from repeat running. Because right now, it's running every single time the interaction happens, so if they're stuck together, it's just constantly happening. I don't know if my range is clearing up the numbers faster, but I'm just noticing a significant less amount of mobs after doing this. So my soul free count is actually pretty good. Are we in a rage? No, we are not. Oh. Oh, those are the incidental guys in the back. Okay, so those spots are being cleared more often, which then is making room for more... Oh. So back there is stabilizing. Oh, this has been nice so far. Yeah, you even get random mobs that are enraged now. There's enraged. This will force a lot of interactions to happen. A lot of mobs will be touching each other now. After this phase ends, which then a bunch of mobs are going to be spawning down there, cleaning up, allowing more mobs to come in. It's a naturally cleaning system, where you can take the bugs and actually use them to your advantage. The bugs of it working how it would be like, I guess, in the most perfect world, you know what I mean? Which is like nothing actually standing still. Everything's always following and trying to chase the player and everything. At the same time, I don't really want that. I feel like the AI should be a little bit smarter than that. Like, we don't need to overwhelm him and just all die at one time type deal. They come in more coordinated. Yeah, I mean, they're flowing in nicely down there. Even with all the range and everything. I mean, we got projectiles all over the earth right now. These things are literally just creating like a beehive effect. They're just... At one point, they were just hovering around the player. With the projectiles themselves. It was beautiful. There we go, we have another increase coming. And now mob count is going up again. Is a wave. Where every enemy spawn point is a... What do you mean is a wave? In what way? So if you go to a room with 3 spawns... Wait. Oh, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Okay. A wave as in, as you interact with them, they're coming to you like waves would in the ocean. Okay, I got you, I got you, I got you. My brain took a moment there. I got you. Yeah. And then if you want to stand still, things are still going to be coming to you regardless. As you can see, the spawns are coming in beautifully. We have 9,400 mobs on screen. 95, 96, 98. We got 10,000. We got 10,000. We got 10,000 mobs on screen. This next enrage phase is going to be wild. Boom, everything's back. Mobs getting bigger, objects deleting. There we go. Things are coming. Look at them spawning in. FPS staying stable. Oh my god, this is beautiful. In fact, FPS going up. FPS go up. Ah. I mean... Oh. And there's the mob count going back up. It was fighting. It fought for a minute there. Oh, until the waves are complete. Oh no, I have them capped already, homie. They can't go any faster. It's a 30th of a second right now. Every 30th of a second, 4 mobs spawn on. You can't really, like, I can't game engine wise go faster than that. I could have more mobs spawn at a time. That's about the only thing I could do. You know, it would just be increasing the lines of code, but 4 is just really efficient. Or 4 spawns is just really efficient for the lines. I will say too, it's already like my highest performance. No, it isn't. I would have to adjust my entire timers and add in more timers and stuff like that, or have a value that keeps going up to increase the timer or decrease the timer. In that reference. Yeah, it's I'll show you in the code afterwards. I have it. I used to have, you're thinking of my old system. I'll let you know. You are thinking correctly, but you're thinking of the old system. You might not have been here on that update stream. I'll show you what the new system of spawning looks like, man. That was... I think I fixed that. Ooh. 3 weeks ago? Somewhere around there. I forget which break it was. Wasn't this one, I think it was the last one during that time period. But yeah, I've completely changed around the whole spawn system to make it a lot more efficient. A lot more efficient. Yeah. No, that was my original concept, was I actually did have the spawns gradually become faster as the went on. But because I've made the map so large, I was like, you know, honestly, it's just going to make more sense to make it as fast as possible at that rate, you know? That's where, like, that's the reason why for me, I chose as fast as possible, because I went with as little spawns as I could for an efficient mode. If I extend the timer out, say to like 10 steps instead of 2 or something like that, I can add in a lot more while still maintaining the same efficiency. Because if I keep adding in other things with it, I'll have to, that'll also equate into problems with the efficiency overall, which then will reduce the total mob count. Because right now, the way I have everything on debugging set up, parent spawn is pretty much always like the top amount of percentage of my steps. It's only like 4% or stuff. I've actually done a pretty good job with the optimization now. It'll be a little different right here now. The parent collision will definitely be interacting a lot more. But yeah, no, this seems to be flowing really, really well. I haven't seen a single dead point on the player yet. And now we're going to have these pop in. Everything is going to grow again. We're going to have even more mobs spawning into this. For 9,000 again on spawns, even with all the big ones. Right now, our main thing is we just don't have room. That's it. It's like room. Room is our limiting factor now, which is what we want. We want the room to be the thing that limits our spawns. Not efficiency, not performance, or anything else. Look at, we're getting more. 96, 97. We're gonna see. Okay, that was it. 97. I mean, we have 300 objects left, so everything is gonna respawn back now, and more things are gonna get enraged on top of what's been enraged already. So you're gonna have more enraged mobs. Look at all the enraged mobs. Look at this. This is beautiful. This is exactly how I wanted it to be. It was just a system, like, if you wanted to sit there and stand still, you were going to regret it. You were going to regret it. That's why I spawned the player here, because it was far away from where all of the objects were. So they would be punished by just standing still from the start. You can still get good farming done, don't get me wrong. But you're going to need to invest heavily into that. Every endless mode will have its way of making your ability to get XP and all of that easier by you being an active player. That's what I'm going for. And since this is just an endless killing field, I had to really try and figure out what was that going to be for this then. There was no core objective besides just don't die. That's it, just don't die. Just as long as you don't die, you're still in the mission. And that was it. And it was like, well, what else can I do to make that enticing in some sort of way? This is kind of what I've come up with on it. Because I didn't just want it to feel, there we go, things are... Oh wow, they're at... Oh, the object count will start, because of all the mobs, it's gonna naturally keep going under. You're just gonna keep going through phases and dealing with more and more enraged mobs. Oh my. Interesting. So then what we can do now, knowing this, we can set up in an alarm that if image scale is to 4, they're automatically, and they're too far away to have their interactions happen, they're automatically going to want to be porting forward in order to clean their spot up for more mobs. That's our next step, because then that can allow for mobs stacking on top of individualized areas where objects are supposed to be, so when they spawn back, you'll have a big surplus of mobs that get empowered. That'd be further punishing. Yeah, that circle's starting to get smaller now. In the sense of it's enclosing on the player a lot more. This player, just in their damage alone and range, they would have to be level 240,000 to give you an idea. So, like, yeah. They're level 32,000 right now, so I think that's something. And the health alone, they would have to be level 100 million for just the health. 100 million. So that's why we have a very unrealistic looking situation here, but I'm trying to test things to an extreme so I can have a good idea of, even in a high scale, what does things look like, because as you go lower then with it, it's only going to become harder. So it further gives me idea, it further, and you know, lets me know what I'm going to deal with when I go and do my what I like to call my 100-hour playtest, which is once I'm fully happy with where a system is at and I want to, you know, fully do a rigorous test on it. I usually give it about 100 hours of testing, and in between 70 and 100 hours. It's pretty much 10 to 12 hours a day for a week. Of just raw testing on it, fixing anything that may happen, seeing any problems, like, okay, well, this interaction doesn't feel organic here, let me try and figure out how to fix that, and all of that type of stuff. That's where I'm just making a lot of minute changes and all that. And so far the player is getting very overwhelmed right now. This is what it would start looking like if you were to actually be at power creep and all, like, or starting to fall off from your power creep and everything. Like, now the range doesn't even matter. Like, they have 40,000 range, but who cares? They can't get outside the circle. So essentially, like, what I wanted for this was mobs closer to the enemy would be crowding the enemy so that they block their projectiles, allowing for more mobs to do things in the background, and then those mobs would then go forward and join that crew, thus keeping a perpetual loop. That's kind of what I wanted for this whole thing, and that's exactly what's happening. Okay. Let me go ahead and show you the spawn system here. Do I already have it open? I have no clue. Okay. So the new spawn system, what I do is I have a where X and a where Y, and what it is a randomly generated number that I match to the size of the room. You can realistically, if you want, you can just do like room height or something like that in there, or this would be width, I guess. You could do that to have it auto detecting if you so wanted to. You know, that's all up to you. I just choose to put in a set value because it is a little bit more efficient at the end of the day. But if you want to make it dynamic to where you can throw it into any room and you want to be a little lazy about it, that's a good way to do it. Or just to test it in a general regard to see if you like the system without having to get too nitpicky on it. Anyways, and those numbers there get checked into a circle collision where in a 100 pixel radius, if it doesn't have any of the collision that I have set within this parent, which is pretty much everything, then excluding itself, well, yeah, it will go ahead and allow the spawn to happen, and then that just runs 4 times, and that's it. And then I just reset it on 2, which is the lowest an alarm can go for. And then if this is greater than, essentially, if my CPU steps aren't or are higher than the set threshold I have for cutoff, it'll run the code. And then if it isn't, it'll turn the alarm off for 30 seconds in order to allow a cooldown period, if you will, quote unquote, so that like interactions and everything can happen and all that without any issues. But yeah, and what I plan to do later on, why I don't have more alarms with this, is as I add more enemies into the game, like with different missions, we'll have different enemy sets and, you know, and stuff like that. When I add all of those into the game, and even when I release expansions and stuff like that, I'm going to have it to where, you know, if you own the expansion and everything, back in those older endless missions, they're actually going to be included in waves. So there will be an actual transition between what enemies you have, and it will have all the enemies. So as you progress through the game and you beat at different enemy sets, and I release different enemy sets and everything, those enemies will then be introduced into your other endless modes. This way, as I get, you know, actually to the full release of the game, people can have full enjoyment out of missions. I don't like missions that feel like they lose relevancy or stuff like that because of like challenge and everything. I like missions that kind of keep the level of challenge exactly where, uniquely to where it should be in that particular type of mission type deal. Not so much saying that everything should be equally as difficult, but always keep a level of difficulty within a mission that even when it does get redundant, because it's eventually going to get redundant, it can still be enticing for the player. It's kind of hard to do, like it's not guaranteed to always work, of course, everybody is always different, but you just take you as the person and you try to implement that into what would make it work for you to be able to keep doing it. You know, some games opt in for the chill method of, you know, of doing it and everything like that, where it's just really mindless and you just kind of like go through and don't really have to think about it. You know, others like me, I'm going for more of scaling difficulty, so you're always having to plan for something greater and stuff like that. You're trying to mathematically, you know, with very simple equations, figure out exactly how much health am I going to need to survive this and all of that type of stuff, and how much damage am I going to need to put out in order to maximally survive and such, if you're using it for more than just farming. And if you're using it for just farming, you'll still have your own formula that you're going to have to figure out in order to achieve the amount of levels you want per farm and such. And it'll kind of like change up things based on it'll with the different introduction into the different waves of mobs, if you will. It'll introduce the player for a real clear cutoff on where they may want to stop farming at, because like maybe they just find a certain enemy set, you know, easier to deal with or something like that, you know, whatever it may be for the particular person. Or for them it just becomes a way to know when to cut off, like, okay, that's the point at which I want to cut off just because it takes this much time. And it makes it an easier like indicator for them passively, and gives them something to have an indicator off of. Okay, so we got this set up there. I think we should test into the actual game now. I feel like there was something else I wanted to do. Oh, that's right, that's right. This is what I wanted. Where is this? Is this here? Yes. I just copied that. Goes up. You know what? This is true, and then less than 3 go to nearest thing. Else, if just equals 3, this can be at any point in time that it equals 3. Run this. And regardless, alarm resets here. Okay. I like it. I like it. I like it. We'll test this out. Hold up here. What is this? Alarm 11? Oh. Okay, I know where I'm going at now. I gotta open up alarm 11. It's already open, dumbass. You were just editing the file. I can't even believe you. Do you need a bib? Do you need a bib to catch your drool, Baker? Unbelievable. You can go down there. Anybody else want to do that? No? Okay. Got it. That is alarm. Still not open. Okay. So we set up a if down here. Oh. We have an else in Egypt. Thank you. Else. We were moving this down. Image X scale equals 3. Then we were taking this. Moving that there. Empty. Okay, all that's been implemented. We put this in here. We can come back into here. We can take this out. You know why? Because they're going to stack on each other. And then the object's going to respawn. And it's all going to just drop on. And buff them and send them straight to them. We can get rid of this code. That's going to be beautiful. That's going to be beautiful. We don't have to care. Wait, what if the player clears all of them? What happens if the player clears all of them? Correct. You want to keep this. What's going to happen is what you don't want to happen. Maybe connected into this, we should run the FPS test too. Just to secure things. We don't want to like throw the system over. I think we do the FPS check on this. I think we do. There we go. I'm done. Alright, so run that. Actually, probably read this first, to be completely honest. You probably want to read that first. You probably want to read this first. Like that. No, 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 no. This is going to be less red. This is going to be less red. Yeah. The thing is if this isn't lower than this, does this even matter? I mean, if this is lower than this, then this doesn't matter then. Yeah. But what's going to be red less? Well, image scale is always going to be red. What would be harder? What's a faster read? What's a faster read? I would think the steps would be a faster read. At the same time, if the scale doesn't equal 3, then it won't read the steps. We're gonna go with this way. We're gonna go with this way. So I think these are... I almost forgot to set that to greater. I was looking at that like, that don't look right. That don't look right, Baker. What are you doing? And don't ask me why I didn't just, like, have a copy paste for both of these. Throughout any of this. Okay. So now no matter what, if scale equals 3, FPS equals correct, then they'll go ahead and do that thing. What's going on here? Why'd I do that? Hmm? Why are we wasting this code? Or why are we wasting this? Let's test this first. I'm gonna look into that after. I think I can make that better. I see my logic behind it. I see it, but I just... I do question myself now. Wonderful. I didn't make a back button for this. Whole mess of things I have to work on with that menu. But like once I got back into the game, I was like, there's a bunch of things I need to do to make this better. I'll focus on the menu later on when I start integrating all the other actual assets. I'll deal with all that at once. That was my resolve to that. Because I knew what this was gonna be. It was just gonna be a whole thing. Extremely happy though with where everything is going. I wonder if I could ensure this too. I don't know, we'll see. I may break the walls down into different wall segments and then run a bunch of different alarms to reduce the performance hit that happens when everything respawns back. Thinking about that. Thinking about it. Oh, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about all the alarms. So far, this is looking really good. This is actually looking... Are we enraged? Yeah. It's definitely looking good. There's a little gap for the player there even. That just got filled. Got another one down there now. Another one up there now. That's exactly what I'm wanting. This is the exact type of funnel I wanted in. We're gonna probably extend out the aggro radius to like 3,500 or something like that. We may even go to the old room size of 5,500 or 5,000 and allow a wider range for the spawn-ins. I think it's gonna be a good idea. A few little refinements here and there. We're gonna get this play experience looking really good. But that is definitely something I want to do. There's not enough room right there. It's a very small amount of room. I would like more room for spawns. But I do want it to be out of the player's perspective for the most part. I say for the most part because there can be the incidental, like while you're moving, you can see it happen. Unless I really tune the radius to that, which I could. I could do 2,500 to 5,000. Which could work there. It'd be a 2,500 range. That wouldn't be bad. Better than the 200 I have right now. The map is definitely a lot cleaner of mobs. A lot cleaner. And now you get a lot more. Look at all the elites. Look at all the enraged mobs coming in. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. The map getting completely cleaned up while spawns are coming in. Clearing up all that room now. You have all those objects destroyed, making room for all these new mobs coming in. And this will feel like a constant battle between keeping the map clear and all of that. That's beautiful. Very happy. We're in the enrage phase now. Everything's going to be respawning back. Well, actually, the way the interactions are working now, it's not too bad. If the mobs get pushed too far back, they run to an object. They either hit a mob or they hit the object, destroy it, and then they get ported back. So it's like a self-cleaning system at the end of the day. Nothing becomes too much of a problem there. But I'm actually pretty happy with that. Once we get down to the player perspective, we should see something. I'm actually really happy with this. Got a few more things we can work on with this, but yeah, really good. I kind of want to create a system to where if the player destroys so many objects, like over the enemy, they can avoid the phases and more mobs spawning in and all of that, and instead what will happen is that it'll bring the mob count down until it's to 0, but just keep all the mobs spawning to you. So if you clear the whole map and you hit a threshold, essentially, we'll set up a threshold, and if you hit that threshold, you can skip these phases and stuff like that and actually get the map fully cleaned up before another wave comes in. So that we can create it as a wave, as a way to reward the player for spending all the time trying to haul ass around and figure things out. This way it gives them some time to breathe and everything. It allows their range and all of that to take place again and everything like that. Be a real reward for them. If you can destroy this many objects, like an X amount of objects, before the enrage phase happens, you get this. I think that's going to be the next thing we work on. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, like I said, we're going to go work on that system. Do remember, I only run ads during my breaks and when I do support streams. And outside of that, do keep the stream ad-free when I am here, at least for mid-roll ads. So you lurking around does help support in keeping the stream like that and support development of the game. So your lurks are much, much appreciated. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. And as always, cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Alright, and now we only got 2 errors. That's why I ignore those errors. They're not real errors. They're just based off of things that are set as zeros, and I have it saving a number, and the 0 is being read as false, and it's like, I can't read this. It's when you get in the game, you'll be able to, but I can't right now. I don't know what you want. You do know what I want when I want it. Okay. That's all that matters. So what we're gonna do here, so we're going to take this number here, right? And then we're going to add at the end of it 1.3, right? And what this will do is make it so that no matter the percentage that this is, it will set it to the correct values. So we don't have to worry about, like, if a player wants to go minus, like they want to go back in and they want to set the value different and everything. And I could have done that in the beginning, but I like to work through my system slowly so that I can feel the upgrades or feel the changes in the code and everything like that. Okay, and we're at scale 3. There's our mob cap. That is confirmed mob cap. Now we come over here. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to do. I wanted to take out expression hovering from this, and I wanted to allow the player to click wherever they wanted to. This way, if they just want to throw it to 100 and they want to rip their mouse over to like Egypt, it's not gonna matter. Like they're not gonna be bothered with it. It's not gonna affect them at all. So hold on here. Let's get that confirmation of mob count. Okay, that is definite confirmation. Let one more flood come through. Okay. So, what we're gonna do now, click on it. We can go wherever we want, click it off. And now, put it in the mob count. Is it minus? I'm confused. Would value then... Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. We do this at 100, and then other than that, that would make it go under. We want it to go over. Do we -3? Is that it? We -3? Doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, can we create a... This is a get global variable. Set global variable. No, okay. Could we create a Could I create a temporary global? Kind of would like to. Just to make this thing not a global anymore. Let me do that first. Let me do that first. Let me see if I can do that first. Actually, we'll do that to that, right? What we can do is right before we'll rename it actually. Global mob total. Then that will like that. And then this way, this is just temporarily created, so it doesn't, we don't have to have another global in here. This way it only creates the global when it's necessary. Let's see if that works first. At 3. 1.3. Beautiful. I got it. I got how we can do this. I got this. Sometimes just doing the action of what the player needs to do will make you think of what you need to do to make everything work correctly. So whenever you're stumped on something, just start doing what you want the player to do. And sometimes you'll figure out exactly how to set it up to make it work correctly. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're setting this back to its default value, and then we run the equation again for this, and then it sets it. And then this way, if the player wants to go back in, whenever they reset it to whatever number they want to, it'll reset appropriately every single time. After we get this working, we're going to create a box that you can hit, and you can enter in the values yourself, and you don't have to have a slider. And you're going to be like, Baker, why the hell did you work on the slider? Well, if you weren't here yesterday, I need to eventually learn things for volume and stuff like that, so I wanted to learn how to do a slider before I moved on, and I figured this would be a good place to have it. because I can give the player different options, and we're going to do something a little unique with the slider too. To just kind of like a little layer to it, if you will, to give it something unique. And it's nothing more than visual aesthetics, but it's just a nice little thing that we'll end up adding. So let's see here. We want to go to 100. Why? Oh, it's relative. Son of a bitch. I thought I unchecked relative. I want you to become the value, not combine into the value. Okay. Now we're at 1.3. And we see the mob increase. Now we want to come back in here. Want to set it to around 50. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Now we want to come back over. We'll set it up to 100. Let's flood it up, and then we're going to reduce it down to nothing. Okay, come back over here. Now base. Fucking beautiful. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. That feels good. That feels good right there. That feels really good. Look at that. Look at that control. Oh. Oh, that is so nice. Oh, man. That feels good right there. That feels good. Alright, let's do one more test in here with better gear on. Alright, we're at our minimum mob count. Now we want to increase it. Go to 100. And we can clearly see a massive difference. Now we come back over. Want to set it to down to the minimum again. There it is. Completely cleared up. Now we want to come over to, let's say, 75%, roughly. Okay, and we want to go to 25%. And do 24. Oh, God, that feels so fucking good. That is, clean up the war. That feels good. Alright, let's have some fun now. Let's do a little bit of something here. Let's do a little bit of something here. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna have a little fun with this. We're gonna give this new sprite, right? And we're gonna say, if here's my value. AI. Equal to 20. And we're just gonna make this look really sloppy at first. Because it will work fine. It will work fine. Oh yeah, that's right. Like I said, we're gonna make it sloppy as shit at first. I just want to see the base concept working. How big is this object? How big was this object? Am I gonna need to make new things for this? $30 by $50? No, I won't. Okay, cool. Alright. Then we can refine this up more as we go along with it. We'll just start it out nice and basic. Basic and as inefficient, I guess you could say, as humanly possible. Come on, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. We're gonna copy and paste you as soon as we're done. Okay? Just calm down. You know what, actually, mob slider, let's go ahead and just open up a new one here. We have a lot going on in this workshop, and it's gonna take a minute to close. But let's go ahead and just close it up. That should be my indicator to clear it up. I shouldn't be stubborn, I should just clear up my workspace. Okay. Alright, let's see how this works. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values. Get less that. I'm just gonna make one more. Say equals 100. This way I can just have it work the way I want. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay. And then... I'm actually doing these in the correct order. Done. Are these one of... There we go. I'm just gonna open this. Baker, maybe you shouldn't have made it inefficient in the beginning. Listen, the order of it has nothing to do with the inefficiency of the code that is presented. Okay, so we know, I know I wanted that one there, and then this one was here, and then this one, this, and then this, I think. Let me just write all the character names down, because my brain is forgetting what is there and what isn't. Jesus. Okay, so the order we had here, just write them in order. Yeah, that is correct. Okay. Let me just put this over here for myself here so I can stop being stupid. Because I got that. Got that. There we go. Okay. This goes here. And then here was that. And then that. And then that. Okay. Oh god, I gotta make new ones. I gotta make new ones. Okay. They have this hitboxes are the problem there and such. Okay. Alright, we got that. That's fine. Alright, so got Munchies, we'll dupe him and we'll call him Munchies UI, right? And then we have Blissful UI. And we have a Lurker UI. And then we have Giggles. I kind of had a feeling I was going to have to do this, to be fair. UI. Baker, why are you capitalizing that? Isn't that bad practice? Listen, if you have OCD, you get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's Moros UI. Break group UI. Click. Gazer UI. Oh. Okay. Collision mask. Full, actually automatic rectangle. Collision. Automatic rectangle. Automatic. Good. Automatic. Okay. Why? Why don't you adopt the draws sprites? What is that? Is it mask? You use mask? I think it was mask. I think it's a mask. I think it was mask. Is it mask? Is that the command? Sprite set. And then we do mask index. Mask index. Mask index. Let me hear. Okay, let's see what happens. We may have to just change mask index is what we're doing then. I don't know. We'll see. Oh my. Oh, hold on. Why don't you want to move then? Ah, there we go. Oh, that's right. I haven't... Hold on. I didn't change all these over to UI. Stupid. Ah, stupid. I'm so dumb sometimes. I think of other things and then I get distracted on those things and then I forget about the things that I was originally working on that gave me the idea of the other thing. And then all of a sudden I'm sitting here having to re-remember the thing because of the things. It's a lot of things, but you know, hey, at least we get there eventually. Okay, so now these will have the correct hitboxes so that the interaction can take place a lot easier. Actually, let's try that first. Why didn't I just try that first? Why are I doing index? You didn't reset all those, and then you're sitting here doing a mask index like you reset all those when you just made them. Let's talk about this. Oh. You need the mask index. Look at you. Okay. So it looks like I was one step ahead of myself. Good. Was at least... Was this, I think I set it up like that. I think that's correct. Same time, I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, it is. At least I think. We'll know when we get in there. There we go. There, so based on the percentages, you'll get a different character now. I gave a purpose to the slider. Just a little extra unique thing. So at normal base value, you have munchies out, which kind of makes sense. You're just chilling. You get a little bit higher on there, and you get a happy amount of mobs at around 20%. And then you hit to 40, and it's just, you're giggling because the mob density is enough to kind of make you giggle a little bit. You know, so it's just enough to make you giggle a little. Just enough. And then come up over here to around 60%. You start realizing it gets a little more real from there. And then you got your 80%, and then finally when you hit 100, he's height. So that's good. I like it. I like it. Okay, so we had a little fun with that. Next thing we want to do with this is we want to create the I think I'll use you. Mob. I gotta go to the restroom real quick here, one moment. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. Get back into this. We'll call this mob type value. Want that. Why not? Save real quick, open up a new workshop. This. Could I just theoretically draw this on the GUI? Will it save me steps or anything? It might be faster. I don't know if it would matter, though. I don't know if it would matter. Because as far as I know, if you disable a layer, the performance is eliminated from that layer. As far as I know. I want that right above that. So let's go ahead and I'll literally just throw it right above it and we'll have our exact coordinates that we want. $53. Let's just see that we see it. We'll also have to add in to the other code when we hit enter to delete this as well. There we go. Good.
Oh.
Let's see. Sorry about that if that was loud. Okay. Just give me the whole system. Just give me the whole system and I'll rearrange it how it's needed. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and take a break. When we come back, this is what we're gonna be working on here, is creating the input values and all of that so the player doesn't always have to have the percentage thing there. And we're also going to make this the box that displays the overall percentage when you're using a slider as well. But do remember I only run ads and everything like that during my breaks and when I'm doing support streams, so you're lurking during that does help support the development of the game and support the channel, and keep the things ad free while I'm here. So your lurks are much appreciated. We will see you all when I come back from the break. And like I said, when we do, we'll continue working on this. There we go. Okay. Wait, yeah, homie, wasn't that last week? I had to turn down the music. My apologies there for not doing that earlier when I came back. What? What? Hold up one sec. Oh man, this thing is not done. It is mad at me. Okay, anyways. Alright, so what we're doing here is we're just securing a line of keeping the health above a certain factor. That's all we're doing right now. Speed is fine. And we're back. Sounds good, Mo. I think that works. I think that works. I think that works. Let's just replicate this. Double check, but that'll work. Actually, value. We're gonna do plus. Oh, we're gonna do a plus because this is our multiplier. And we just add that because we're just adding that. Just because we want something sitting in the beginning. Good evening, good evening, good evening, Sci-Fi. How you doing, homie? I was come to bless your floor to Jesus. It's always the best blessing, man. Always the best blessing. There we go. We are working on redoing the whole scaling for enemies and everything like that in the game. We just got done redoing the XP gain, so now we're just, or the XP scaling more or less, and now we're working on the enemy stats altogether. Kind of like this as a concept. I like this as a concept. Pay attention to the road now. We'll see you. Sounds good, homie. You drive safe. Gotta have the Limbo Lord stay alive. Actually, let's see what is in duplicate in here. We're gonna move that. Then we have the HP, and then we have the damage. And then we have this XP base and XP increase. We have XP there, and then we have these values here. Okay, what we're left with are these equations. In which we have skill level here, HP here, damage here, and XP we have here. It's turn off ads, right? Yeah. I don't have to do this too often. Okay, so that one doesn't matter. That's good there. Scale base. It doesn't really matter. I'll just keep it at 45 for right now. This value will be changed at some point. We just want to get the basic logic for everything here. Oh, that was a good twitch. Oh. Crazy part is that was not from my hand, that was from my fucking hip. We got rain today or something? What weather do we got coming in? Oh, it looks beautiful today. Mostly sunny. It's raining 2 days, but that shouldn't make my shrapnel act up. Anyways, we don't need to do that. Let's just call it XP base. Ow. And do it like that. The equation is going to look like that. Instead, there is no reason to make the YS here. These two. There. Same with the XP base, we're not going to worry about that. Should I make a damage scale base? I think I should. I should. We'll call this scale HP base. And then scale damage base. Oh, come on, hands. Scale damage base. And then HP. Let me just copy that. Find the base here. And cut that out. And do that. And there. Okay. Okay. What XP at? Huh? Weird. Very weird. Okay. Did I restart my timer? Yeah, I did. Yep. Let's plus that. Whoa. Okay. I almost forgot to make that. Okay. I just really double name. Hold on. What did I just do then? Oh, I copied the wrong thing. I had to have copied the wrong thing. I was looking at that like this, just that does not look right. Come on, can I have this? Thank you. Okay. Let's get these extra things copied over. Grab you, 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 and you. Copy them. Put them right up here. And we get everything separated. Where's the rest of my damage? Then I have one more than. Oh, I see it right there. Oh well. It's over there now, I guess. Lord. Scale final, not set. Scale HP base plus final. I'll take one error at a time here. Let's just ride the errors. Just ride the errors. Just keep riding the errors. Damage. Scale final, not set. Okay. Keep riding the errors. Just ride the errors. Don't even bother reading. You're already reading over things and not reading them correctly. Just let the errors run through. For right now. You can. Alright. Welcome back, Goose. Alright, that should be good. Okay. It was just those two, which makes sense. We hadn't done the final thing at that point there, and we didn't adjust the final values. Which is fine. There, okay. Let me just reset my level here. Alright, let's see what this looks like. Actually kind of like it. For unadjusted values, this looks pretty good. Take a sip of some water real quick while this does this. Yeah, this is the same loadout that I usually use for my breaks, so we'll see what's going on with this. Sounds good, Goose. Thank you for stopping back around. And I hope you have a good day at school tomorrow. And for untouched, that looks good. I may adjust player a bit. Player I feel like is a little too slow. It's the only thing I feel like. That might be a little too slow, but we're going to adjust everything else first. And then we'll see what that looks like. Alright. Okay. may have to adjust XP a little. At least for the player. It'll just kind of feel good. I mean, in all reality, just adjust the amount of points or the amount that you receive per level and upgrades and such. This was like player level 10,000. That's what I remember. Somewhere around there. 10 to 11,000 is what I remember. Just sounds like a really high number at this point on how slow the scaling is. It's just that balance. What do I want to do? Do I want the player to have a lot of points to spend? And just a lot of things to do with it? But it doesn't give that many points per upgrade? Or do I want a heavier upgrade system to where every level really is meaningful? That's what I'm trying to decide on right now. Because those are essentially the two options when it comes to things, is you either make it a slower leveling process, but each level is very meaningful, or you make it a very fast leveling process, and the levels don't really feel like anything until a collective amount. But either way, they equal out to the same time per hour of effort to put in for a reward. It's just which one do I want the player to engage with? Essentially, when do I want their dopamine receptors to go off, and how do I want them to go off? Because that's more or less what an upgrade is. I'm sitting here trying to figure that out. I'm not too sure. I'm gonna toss it around in my head, and what we're going to do really quick here Guess we'll take our time to see what the scaling looks like here. I feel like I'm gonna be here for a minute. I guess we could just start the actual scaling now. Reset ourselves back down to default level. And we can kind of feel what this game feels like. So let's start doing that. I need my file here. I'll just stick you there. Okay. Fresh game. Yep, nice fresh. Oh, if you hit a point, unable to convert to string. Interesting. Well, that's an interesting little bug. Interesting. I haven't tried that before. Let me see. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Okay. Okay, so that was over here, into here. And then we go here. No. Here? Here. Here. I think it was levels potion, right? Yeah. Do I gotta do? Maker, what you doing? Something I really just don't. I wish I didn't have to. Where's your movements, man? Oh my god, you're still arrowing it. Oh, why? Is Dot? Do you not like Dot? Let's see. Do you literally just not like Dot? No, you didn't like Dot. What happens if I just did that? Does the dot make that occur? Does dot make that occur? Oh. What is this error? Why did you think of doing that? Oh my god, why did you do this to yourself? Unable to convert. How do you make it not accept dot? How do you make it not accept dot? If there's only dot. Was there something I put in here I was able to make? Oh God, don't you fucking dare tell me. Baker, do you gotta put the line in that you've had to put in every single time? Let's just not talk about it, alright? It's just really fucking... You sound like you're dying inside. Yeah. 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 Oh. I'm kind of glad it gave me an error at that point. I'm glad it didn't fix everything. I'm actually glad it didn't fix everything. What if we did keyboard string equals dot? Equals dot. Well, what if we did that? If we did that, I want this error gone. The player is gonna do it. They're going to do it. I don't know when they're gonna do it, but they're going to try. And when they do, they're going to be mad that it crashed. And I don't blame them. Baker, I thought you were done with this room. Shh. Never assume you're done. Never assume you're done. Never. Oh, hold up, wait a minute. You could do something, Baker. Oh, God. What in the folklore? Hold up, let's just open this thing up here. Else, yeah, I thought there was something going on here. There's a lot going on here. Alright, what did we do wrong? There we go. I'm about to just... What? What do you mean unable to convert string? Like, if keyboard string equals the pretty dot, then be happy with the fucking dot. Take this. Are you happy? No, you're not happy with that. Listen. Okay, fine. Key, what is it? Ord char. that is oh Jesus. Give me the manual. Oh, give me the manual. Oh. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. Manuals. There we go. Okay. Ord chart. Something. Chart. What was the command again? Baker. Okay, ord. It was ord parentheses. I was correct, so why don't you just show me it? I was not wrong, I was correct. Ord. Okay. Alright, now we understand how to ord. Fully. We have orded. Let's keep ord up and we'll just do that. So it's like, how did you want me to ord? So we do that and this, and we tell you that, and we this, right? Is this ording? There's 3 fucking. Is that gonna work? Do you even like see that as life? Yeah, no. Okay, that's for keyboard check. Is that only for keyboard check for that? Takes a single character input string and returns the value. No, when used with keyboard check functions, when used with, okay, the input string can only be 1 character in length and can only be from 0 to 9. That's not gonna work. You have like letter. Hmm?
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's good, Graham. How you doing? Why do you keep the same error? there gonna be a string? I guess we could run a keyboard check if it... You're impressed? Thank you. It was the result of many years. Many years of work. Could do that. And then if you do it at any point, then it just clears it. So we do a keyboard check for a dot, and then if you enter in the dot at any point, then it clears. Actually, that might work. That might work. That might work. It's crazy too. I did a video actually on the breaking it down per hour on how it looked compared to like the other game, the rest of the game, and it's really not impressive. Like I only came out with, even after adding up mods and everything, exact endo of mods, to 10,000 an hour of endo. Credits were only like 1 million an hour, 1.4 or something like that. It really actually wasn't impressive for how much. And then like relics per hour, I mean, like, that's 12, you know, per hour. But the collective sum of seeing it at the end on the screen it just felt really good. Even though it was trash per hour, it just felt really good looking at it all. How long ago did you quit Warframe? I actually personally haven't played since February of this year. I quit, and as you can see what I've been working on. You can see what I've been working on. Yeah. You can definitely see what I've been working on. God. My girl's been doing the art and I've been doing all the coding. A little over 2 weeks ago. Oh, you took a good long break there. You got a lot of content, man. You got a lot of content. Oh, you got so much. You got so much. So much power creep occurred within the last some years. Alright. I gotta get myself ready for a break, though. Let me just turn off this recording. Okay, everybody, I am back. I didn't run the last ad before coming back. I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna run the ad on you guys. Didn't even make it 30 minutes before I had to take a break. Here we are. Anyways. Wait, is this a snap on? No, it isn't. Well, thank you. Okay, Okay, come on, hands. You can do this. Thank you. Lord. Alright, let's take a look at what this looks like. Actually, we should just make the other ones. You've been back on night shifts? Oh, good, man. I hope life's going well for you. And got back into playing Warframe yet again? Well, I hope you had a good break from Warframe, and I hope you're enjoying getting back into it. I haven't played since February. I quit to start on this game. It was no longer therapy for me. Being, having a Lumen permaban over my head, it just was like... not my thing anymore. And I just wanted to be QA lead when I started the game. Instead I'm a bot, so we do what we can, not what we want. But don't be discouraged about talking about Warframe. It's completely fine. You know. Yeah, 5 years of it, man, was enough for me. 5 years of it was enough for me. What's sad is, like, by the time that I had gotten to a place where I was comfortable applying for a QA position in Warframe, to where, like, they could hand me a problem and I could sit there and talk them through with it and how I would solve it, because I understood their engine well enough. I had already been well accused and blocked by Rebecca, or well accused of cheating in the game and blocked by Rebecca on Twitter. It's the sad part about the whole thing. Because I don't have any college, like, credentials. I'm all self-taught. I have like 2,000 hours in C++ from back when I was a teenager. I had learned emulating and stuff, and reverse engineered World of Warcraft into a private server for myself to learn coding. I wouldn't recommend doing that nowadays. There's so many tools out there, but, you know, this was like 17 years ago. There wasn't much out there. Was this XP decrease? This engine, though, has been really nice to work with. It's a very novice-friendly engine. And the main reason why I chose it is because they have the best business practice that I have found that isn't just straight open source. So it's a $100 one-time fee for PC, mobile, and browser exports, and $800 a year for console ports, which isn't bad. Unity is $2,200 a year. So... and it's not really user-friendly either, I wouldn't say. Because I do want to make guides on, like, after I complete the game, I'm actually going to be making guides on how I made all of the individual systems so that I could teach people, you know... If a guy with brain damage can come back after 15 years of not coding, and learn coding, and make a decent game, you can too. You can too. You wish you played WoW when you were younger? Yeah, I've played WoW since the original beta. Does player XP decrease? I guess we'll call it that just for now. WoW was a fun game. It was a fun game. I never got to a point to where I was comfortable applying to them, but I actually always wanted to. I'm kind of glad I didn't after getting to hear like Thor's experience of working for them and everything, because because Thor is only a couple of years older than me. Pirate Software, y'all, I don't know either or, but yeah, he's only a couple of years older than me, so I would have been experiencing the same blizzard he did. So, blessings come in different ways. I still got like irreplaceable experience in gaming, just due to the amount of games I played and how hard, like heavy I played them, especially when it came to content creation. It's given me a lot of knowledge of like, what do I want to see in a game? Why do I like seeing that in a game? And all of that type of stuff. Because making a game, most of it is thinking about how do you want the player to feel, more than anything else. And like, how do you want the player to feel? And then after that, you go off of that, and that's how you make everything else in the game. Skyrim and a Warframe? Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, that's how I approach game making. Is at least to me personally, I should say. That's how I approach game making. You can approach, like, there's a million different ways to approach, making a game. But for me, I approach it from the aspect of how do I want the player to feel, and that's kind of what I go off of. And I keep working towards it until I start feeling that feeling. I didn't change the last one. Well, at least they know. I know they work visually, so. Oh, yeah, I see what I did wrong here. But how you been enjoying Warframe since you came back? And how long of a break did you take as well? Oh, it's been... I don't think you came... I think you missed my balloons run. Did you miss my Warframe endurance run while playing balloons? I don't remember if you were here for that. You might have quit before then. I think you stopped coming around shortly before that. You think so? Do you remember me doing a 33-hour-long Steel Path Annie with Mag while playing balloons TD6? And AFKing the run with a hand cam on? And running auto hotkey macros on balloons? Well, Warframe is running. Oh. Oh, it was great, man. It was great. Oh, it was a wonderful time, man. It was... Yeah, man. That's what I did when they when my 2-month suspension ended. That's what I came back and did. I wanted to show DE, I'm not the problem. Your developers are. It's not my problem. I'm not a cheater, I'm not a bot. I just understand your coding. I have been playing your game for fucking over 10,000 hours. And I don't play games like a normal person does. I see lines of code when I play a video game. I don't see what normal people see. I don't see visual effects and stuff like that. I see the code behind the visual effects and stuff like that. That's what my brain more or less sees in a vague fashion, if you will. And then my brain can like understand how to manipulate that and use it all to my benefit. That's all I do. Fix your game. It's not my problem. I didn't get any... That actually was no suspensions or anything on my account, but I quit shortly after. I was happy to not get any suspensions done on my account and everything. That was cool. But like they didn't go back on what they said. So it was still like you could be banned. You know, and it's like at that rate, I don't feel like fucking dealing with it. I really don't. They can go have fun and make the game they want to make. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to make the game I want to make. And that's it. It's as easy as that. This is going to be a $5 game at the end of the day. Even though there's a lot of work going into it, I'm only selling it for $5. That's why I run the support streams too. Because they will be running further like once I release the game and everything. I'm going to be a full-time content creator that does coding. I'm going to code my video games on stream and talk with my community and all that, and release my games at a lower price because you can come over and support me while I'm actually working on the coding. You know? Oh yeah, I think the Hate got a new augment out with Nightwave. I think it was the Hate. I think it was Hate. I think like a lot of the stalker weapons got new augments from what I was hearing on watching other streams. I think it was Gamble I heard that on. I don't remember. Gamble, Suckmud, IF, Moog, One, Nev, I don't know. The list goes on and on. Nova, I don't know. I heard it on somebody's stream. I wish Flo streamed more. It was good to see him streaming Warhammer today. It was good to see. Okay. Let's go ahead and test these, just opening the level thing here. You got Smoking Body Ephemera? Did you want that? If you didn't have it, I mean, you always want it if you don't have it, so... Ooh, why is that, why does escape not want to work? Alright, we got an error, so let's fix this real quick. What are you talking about? Why don't you... Escape for Soul Tick. Do I actually need that? Wait, do I need this code in here? Or am I overwriting code? I think I'm overwriting code here. I don't think I need that escape. What does this do? Oh, no, this is fine. Okay, so what are you talking about? Not set before read. What do you... What in the actual tarnation do you mean? Not set before reading. You are right here. Can we talk about this? Yeah, level counter equals true. That's weird. Nope, you have 2 BPs for it? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I meant the ephemera. I meant the ephemera. Oh. Oh, there was a meme. Oh, there was a meme. There was a meme. Okay. Okay. You see, I don't know whether to take that seriously or not, only due to the fact that, what does this do? Only due to the fact that, I know people that have gone years without getting some of the items on Stalker. That's just Warframe drama. I know who you're talking about. I also know of the other drama with him too. All I gotta say behind all of it is, you do what you do. You do what you do, I guess. I don't know. I'm just over here. I'm just over here. Just typing out lines and watching them break and trying to figure out how to fix them. That's all I'm doing. It's crazy though. It's crazy to see what's going on over there. You had hate, but you needed weapon slots, so you sold it like an idiot. Rough. 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 Could have vendored out like any number of dojo items and such like that. But that's rough. Kuva Norcore. Nucore's fun. I love Kuva Nucore. That is such a fun weapon. Okay, yeah, I'm confused here. Why? Oh, for Soul Tick. Oh, God, I'm fucking stupid. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh. I love when it's something simple like that. Oh, it's so relieving, but I feel so stupid at the same time. Forgot to change the value in the other thing. So. Okay, so that works in concept. We just need to change things around now. Good. That's all I needed to do. Was this here was still, like, I changed the value here that used to be level counter, a level underscore counter, to level underscore tick for this unique individual object. But I didn't change in here that if this was true, because you can see level counter here. So it was trying to read a variable that didn't even exist within the object. Yeah. And we just kind of need to go through and just change all the code. Just essentially we'll start from the top and then we'll go down one slot each and just double check everything is okay. And we'll do that for every object, and then we can give it a quick little testy poo, and we'll go from there. The math on those are just placeholders, because I still need to sit down and do the math myself on what I want to do. If you're wondering, Curtis, on what we're working on currently, you kind of just came into the middle of me working on a system. I have a few different ways for the player to be able to kind of speed up or automate their farming, and what we're working on right now is a way for the player to be able to change these values to enact fast scaling for either the enemy or the player. That's why we have the two different decreases. And essentially, you see how fast the scaling is right here. But if we change this over to the default that I have currently, it'll look more like this. Actually, I can change it to a more of an impossible number that won't ever even get hit. We'll change it to 200 instead. And what it does is every second it detects how many kills you have done. And if you meet the criteria of the kills that you're going to be able to scale downwards from, you will enact the fast scaling mode. So that when you're in the stages of power creep and you're not to where the actual end game, like your end game is for your current level, you're going to level significantly faster, and you'll be able to modify the rate at which that leveling occurs and stuff like that. But yeah, this is what the actual system looks like without the fast scaling right now. As you can see, it's fast, but it's nowhere near as fast. And it does have exponential, I call it exponential light scaling. It's not true exponential scaling, but it is fairly close to the equation. It's an equation that I generally like using for exponential values because it's easier for a player to understand than true exponential math. But as you can see, it drastically slows down on that. You saw we were in the 90s or something like that before within a couple seconds. But you can see how drastically slower everything is coming now. Or is going now. Still relatively fast scaling for the enemy scaling, but the player scaling slows down to absolutely nothing. But regardless, your scaling will slow down the longer you go and everything. I just have the enemy scaling set slower than the player scaling. Yeah. Well, it's a very basic equation. Very basic, and it's not really a high scaling equation because this is a game more based off of high levels than it is based off of meaningful levels, if you will. So you'll be used to having an abundance of levels, but they won't be as meaningful as they are in other games. So like the player scaling normally, it raises by 25%. So essentially what this does altogether to give you the new equation of your XP to level, I do player scale, which is a innate equation that I have over in, where are you? You're over here. I moved this in locations because I made a bunch of new objects. Player scale here is baseline is 90. So essentially that number there, come back over here just so you can have the visual eye for it. It'll take that number there and then it'll multiply it times 0.25. And then afterwards you'll have player scale here, which takes this number here, adds this number into player scale, and then shoots out a new player scale and then multiplies that times the player's number, and then that's what your XP becomes. And enemy works exactly the same, but it has a significantly lower amount. It's only 5% instead of 25%. And then the fast scaling system itself, what it does is it takes your XP out to level, and then it divides that number by your XP decrease, which will be a number that you can adjust yourself as a player by investing points into. And then you'll have things like you can adjust the tick rate of that happening. You can adjust how many souls how many actual like souls free it takes to have the trigger happen and all that. But yeah, that's the system I'm currently working on right now. Because as you do get higher in levels, it gets exponentially slower. Like to hit crit cap in here is level 10,000. So when you're seeing, you know, level 100, 200 and stuff like that, you can have an idea that it's not really that high of levels for the game. Yeah, I'm trying to slowly add things to... This is only the very first mission. It's the most simplistic of missions. It'll be a farming mission for you to... One of the many farming missions, because endless missions are actually going to be where you predominantly can get your experience from. And then you'll have more in and out missions that are going to be based off of different things like I'm going to be making missions that are influenced by like Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft, and then I'll also have boss fights that are influenced by things like Final Fantasy and stuff like that, like Final Fantasy Online. It's just I want my farming missions. I typically don't like the fact that farming missions don't really feel too engaging or rewarding. If they do feel engaging, they feel overly engaging for the reward you get. So I'm trying to make something that just feels more rewarding for the player's time. And if the player so wants to just kind of AFK it, and they don't have, they just want to leave the game running, they can go ahead and do that, because I've already made a system in the game where they're able to scale themselves on endless missions. Over here, you have this auto reset, and then this transfer amount, what it does is it reduces the amount of levels in a percentage that you carry over after you die into the new one. So if you don't have any points in this, whatever you end with here carries over. So you do get diminishing returns run per run. So unless you invest into that, you really can meet a lot of heavy diminishing returns, because you're obviously going to hit the same endpoint every time. So your levels per run aren't going to be as much, and the only way that can change is if you invest in a massive amount of points into the other scaling system that we have over here. If you invest into this, you can actually counteract that and make it more or less the same. Or if you invest into both of them, you can get a significant amount of more levels per day and stuff like that. Also, you're able to have this go over 100%. So it can take out all your levels and store it for you, and then have you start out at 0 every time. Or you can have it to where you can go over that and go have, like, say, up to, like, it's not even up to, it's endless how I have it. Go up to, say 200% extra levels you get. So in one mission, if you get level 100, you'll actually get 300 levels from it on reset. And it's a very, even though there's a lot going on, it's a very lightweight game. I'd have to go into my RAM usage to know exactly how much it uses, but what I can tell you is it's never in the top 10 of my RAM usages. So that's nice. And CPU usage on a Intel 10400 that's not overclocked, I'm using 2% of my CPU right now. GPU as a 2060, that's a little bit more because it's slightly more GPU heavy on my coding currently, but that I think is at like 30%. 30% for that in unique, but in total right now, because I'm using everything else over here, more closer to around 60%. So, but I have 2 different internet browsers going, about 5 different windows, the engine running on top of it, and I have the game running. So I think it's understandable on a 2060 to be using about 60 to 70% of your GPU usage. That's in total, so so it's good overall. I can run this game at a solid 60 FPS on a what is it called? A Ryzen 3 2200G with a 1050. NVIDIA 1050 for the GPU. So that's my test computer, and I also use testing for internet browser. This is almost stable enough to run on browser. Almost. I just have to adjust the spawn numbers slightly, but the player is going to be able to adjust their own spawn numbers, so it doesn't matter. You can adjust the spawn numbers to wherever the hell you want to be. Currently, I have it set at 400, but I'm going to have it in the game to where the player themselves can set it, so if they have a better computer than I have, isn't going to be too hard to do. They can increase the mob count themselves to have more mobs, or if they have a lesser computer, or if they want to run a different game while they're farming at the same time, they can reduce their mob count so that their game runs more stable, that they're actually playing. I'm making the game very customizable for the player. Very, very customizable. It's just going to be a fun game of farming and getting to do high-level in-and-out missions that are mechanic intensive. It's pretty much where I'm going with the game at this point. Yeah, just a nice, enjoyable game. Online is a pending thing. I need to see how well I can encrypt information. I don't exactly want a situation like with most peer-to-peer games where you can have your IP just out in the open. I know it really doesn't matter for most people, but I don't want people to have to like worry about possibly getting harassed like that or feeling like they may need a VPN or something. I want to give some level of encoding for it, and I want to see if I can go past the JSON encoding, but this does have JSON encoding on it, but like, I don't know, JSON encoding has got to be like one of the, it's a basic form of encryption and it works, but it's also the easiest form of encryption to break. So I want to see if I can do more with encryption based off of network feed and all that before I implement anything when it comes to online. And yes, that does come from personal experience. Yes, that is a pure reason as why. I fucking hated getting DDoSed. I don't know who DDoSed me, but I was fucking getting DDoSed. I was able to see packets and everything in my logs. And it took a lot to hold back looking at the IP address and just thinking about what I could do with it. It took a lot to hold back. It took a lot to hold back. Just tell myself, you don't do that anymore. You don't do that anymore, Baker. You don't do that. Fucking wander my way into your damn PC. Oh. VPNs are just an obfuscating tool. You could still be found. Oh, God. I really don't want to ever have to be like that ever again. I just want to sit here and make my game and be happy. I have experience in that because of playing during the days of World of Warcraft when people would DDoS each other commonly. We used to DDoS each other out of fun. So it got bad. It got bad. It got really bad back in the day. We were having fun just screwing with each other. Absolutely just massacring each other's computers. Oh, God. Not healthy. Not healthy to trust people that much. I guess when everybody can do the same thing, I mean, kind of even playing ground. Yeah, that would be the least of what we would do for fun, but we would do it commonly. Like we would fight each other against each other in rated battlegrounds or arena. And if we really didn't feel like dealing with the other, or the other was pissing us off in some fashion, we would DDoS them offline. So like if you kited me too hard, I could just DDoS you offline if I played with you before, because we used what was that? We used Skype back then, and back then, I don't know if Skype has fixed it, but back then you used to be able to grab IPs really easy through Skype. Really, really easy. It was so easy to grab IPs through Skype. Yeah. This is what we would do. That was when VPNs were really kind of just first starting to really be used. They were so bad. VPNs were so bad back then. They were so bad. You had better luck just making your own VPN. It was such better luck just making your own. Alright. I think we changed everything around here. Yeah, I don't... The main thing is I just don't endorse that type of, I guess we could call it black hat hacking, if you will. I don't really endorse it. Like, I don't endorse emulating current games and stuff like that. If a game's, like, out of circulation, I'm less in the line of to say, like, I think it's wrong to do it. Like, I think if you own a copy of it, you should be allowed to have it, like, figure out how to make it run on your PC. And not, like, a 30-fucking-year-old piece of technology or something like that, you know what I mean? I do believe that. I do believe that. Should be allowed to do that type of stuff. It's either that or you need to provide people that have bought the original copy a way to play it on their own computers. I mean, if you want to do that, go ahead. I don't think it's worth the space. I don't think it's worth the money. I honestly, I don't believe it's worth the money. I believe it's better just to let people learn how to reverse engineer and stuff like that. And just let them do it that way. I think it's much easier. What are we gonna call this one? Level E decrease? Oh, this is P. Level P decrease. Whoopsie. I don't know. I'm one of those people that kind of sit on Thor's side when it comes to the whole argument that currently is going on with the preserving of games. I know that puts me into a very hot take, but I more believe like we should just be allowed to reverse engineer the things without like fear of it, and not as long as we're not doing it for commercial reasons. That's my simple input on it. Like it's a very simple input. I don't believe that a company should have to put forth a shit ton of money to try and figure out that end of things. But do I believe that they should be willing to surrender? Like, the fucking grip of control that they try to hold? Oh yeah, I fucking believe that. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Because I do believe there is definitely a middle ground on it, and I just hope that that initiative brings about good talk. Because that's my input on it. Like, I definitely agree with the prospect of it, but as for how they want to go about it, God, that's expensive. That shit is expensive, what they're trying to suggest. I don't think people have an idea, like, how expensive that can be for some games. Really don't think they understand. Games are complex. The most simplistic of the games still have even a lot of coding. You had some of these AAA titles and everything that are actually good titles and everything. Like, say, even Warframe. You imagine telling Warframe they would have to figure out a way for it to work appropriately? What? Wouldn't it just be easier to tell people once the game dies if you could figure it out? Have fun? You don't have to worry about legal repercussion as long as you're not making, like, financial, like, profits from it. Or any financial gain from it. Like, fucking hell, that game is... There's no way in hell I would ever ask Warframe to do that. It's fun watching teachers pull PowerPoints out without internet? Yeah. 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 Bro, I remember floppy disks. I remember DDoSing my school's internet just because my friend said he couldn't do it. Risky, bro. I wouldn't endorse that, but it's good shit. It's like, can you do it? Oh yeah, you could do it. I don't. Should you do it? I don't know so much about that. Oh. Did you work with your school to try to figure out maybe how to prevent it? It was really risky, but I still did it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, I think hacking is fine, to be completely honest, but it's not, like I said, like black hat hatting or hacking really just isn't my thing. But if you do ethical hacking, I guess is what you could call it, like, I'm completely good. I think there's no place in the world for you to say that it's not a good thing, in my honest opinion. It's, we need people out there like that. For sure your computer... Well, I mean, they probably, like, you do it once, they're not going to, like, they're likely not going to suspend you if you're a decent student and all that. Decent enough, like, you get good grades and everything, but, like if you were to sit there and consistently DDoS the school, I'm sure they would eventually end up, like, sitting you down and, like, being like, okay, listen, we know it's you. You need to stop. But like a one-time thing, it's like, okay, whatever, you know. You can't blame a student if it happens once. Let's put it that way. That's what I'm getting at. You know, like, even though it can look like it was clearly them and everything, if it only happens one time, it's typically, and you don't have eyes on it happening, it's going to be typically hard for you to immediately put blame on it. And if you're a good school, you're going to just let it slide and just keep a close eye. I do say good school, because, of course, bad schools can happen. Alright, let's set these values differently here and check. Could manage to do it. I mean, it's impressive. Why would you want to get rid of a student like that? That's an immense amount of potential. Alright, we're gonna be getting ready here after I test this to go take a break, though. My head is kind of fried right now. Alright, let's test this out, though. Oh, son of a bitch. I really just throw another if in there. Just for shits and giggles, I guess we do. I mean, if it doesn't fuck with the performance, I honestly don't give a shit. Too many ifs, though, it can really just kind of fuck with everything. But I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it because this engine is fucking weird sometimes. This is the most bizarre engine I've used sometimes, I will say. It has very unique little things. Like, I think it was yesterday, I had to put an alarm somewhere to make sure that it would delete something at the correct time, because even though I programmed two different things to run off the same key binding and set a variable in there to detect whether that object was there or not, it would still run both of the code at the same time, even though I told it not to run it if it was there, because what it was doing was actually running it on the step after. So what I had to do was create an alarm to run 2 steps after that to delete it so that it wouldn't run that. It's like the type of little stupid shit I have to do sometimes with this engine. Sounds good, Curtis. You take care, man. Thank you for stopping by. And, I really hope you get some good sleep before you have to go back into work, man. Overnight shifts that are long like that are really rough on the body. If you're not built for overnight, like your body doesn't naturally like it, that's really rough on you, man. So I hope you get good sleep. It takes a unique person to be built for night shift. Normal people are not built for night shift. Normal people are not built for night shift. Sounds good, man. You take care, homie. Okay, so I feel like we're gonna have to enter in a bunch of different things here with this if level tick. Do I have like that over here? Oh, that's right. The scale input's gonna have to have all that code in it. Okay, we're working our way there. We're gonna fix this GUI thing and then we're gonna take our break. As long as we get that fixed right now, that'll be my good base to stop at. We got a good amount of coding done. But it hit me like a Mack truck here. Luckily there wasn't much like really intense thinking here, or there wasn't any really thinking to be done at all, which was nice. I didn't have to think, which made it so that I could get a little bit more work done than I before last break. So, yay. Okay, take that, enter that in as true. I think that should work now. No, it shouldn't do that. I feel like we'll probably be able to clean that up more, to be honest with you, but for right now... this will be a good place to start. Okay. Why did that happen when I hit escape? Interesting. I'll have to fix that. Alright. It's fine. It's fine, Baker. You'll fix it. You'll fix it, don't worry. You'll fix it. Baker, is your brain frying? Let's just not talk about where I'm at right now, okay? Can we please just not talk about where I'm at? Let me make sure everything's all set up here. I'll go ahead and get into this. Bring this over here. Reset that. Okay. Alright. Are we still getting an error with this and everything? Let me see. I just need to see where we're at mentally. Kind of refresh myself. Sinuses are a little bit better today, but not too much better. So, not really excited about that, but let's do what we can. Why did you hit escape? Okay, still getting an error. Okay, that's right. We got it to... Okay. Step counter goes into here, and then here is still the issue. Okay, let's look at our other code. Buff interactions, number level. That did that. And then it just goes straight into this. What's up, Hip? There we go. Hippon, how you doing? Wait. Yeah, that name is... I'm just gonna call you Hypo, homie. No offense. Unless you want to, like, kind of enunciate it out for me. I don't mind learning. I can't even take a gather out of that name. My brain just completely shuts off. How you doing, though? Okay, so we open this. This does that. So it's the creation of it that allows that to happen? But when it's already present, it becomes an issue? That's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm doing well, Just getting started on the day. Currently trying to figure out this error here. Essentially, because this number is a string and the player can enter in whatever they want, it can't detect what it actually is, and I'm trying to figure out how to get it to that point of being able to detect it. They only have this register when there's something to detect. Oh, God. I hate it. It's probably going to be this. I hate when it's this. Okay. We do that, right? Now we can move this over here, and maybe this will work. You just started your second game with the gamemaker? Very nice. Very nice. What did you use for your first game? There. Okay. Yeah. All right. We're getting somewhere. We got another error, but we did clear everything up there, so that's good. Okay. All right. We are definitely getting somewhere here. We're definitely getting somewhere. Okay. We're gonna clean the keyboard string here just as a default. This way it can reset itself down to a nothing value there, hopefully. And we can go from there. We did get an error, but... Okay, that's not working there. Okay, bring that back in. Bring that back over here. Bring that back over here. It'd probably be the... Oh, it's automatically... It keeps clearing it over and over again. Yeah, I'm stupid. Okay, never mind. Was also gamemaker? Oh, very nice. What is the current game you're working on? Like, what type of game? Okay, there's that. Okay. So we know we have that there. I kind of want it visually to show up and indicate to the player that... I mean, maybe if I just put the clears on when it hits true up there and I click, that might work. Because we have that working. We do get this error here when I hit 0 again, and this is if counter under 1. That's because it gets cleared. Let's try that. Oh, very nice. So you're making more of a roguelike game. Very nice. Okay. I'm essentially right now, I'm just trying to force it to break every way possible. And just trying to figure it out. Let's actually just bring this here, like that. It's gonna be wiser. Bring that down there. To make them not all spawn at once, you can do different things. Give me one moment to test this. There we go. Okay. Alright, so we hit an error there. A few different things you can do. You can do commands such as like place free or anything like that. Any of your free placings, if position free. You can make animations if you want on the ground and have those as a placeholder for how long you need to actually have before the thing spawns. So you can have it like destroy itself and then run an alarm somewhere else if you so want to, or parent it to run an alarm. You can also use things like instance count, which is like over here. They even have a visual one for it, where you can just set a variable for an individualized instance count, and you can set that to a target, and then this actually gives you a cap of the enemies themselves, so you don't have to worry about them like over spawning and degrading, you know, your overall performance of the game. And then you can use things like alarms and such like that in order to make the spawning happen in a more fluid way, essentially. And you can have any number of variables you want to dictate how things are with like the waves and stuff like that. Do you want, you know, there's many different ways. You can just have a set amount spawn and collapse in, and then that's it. And in which case you would just run it as a simple alarm, and the alarm runs once for the wave, and then you're good. You don't have to worry about them spawning in further after that. If you want them consistently spawning in, you can make it so that if it goes under a certain amount of mobs, then it's capable of spawning. And then you could have things like set up like a total number, and then like if total number is achieved, then you can have it stop running the alarm and then switch to another alarm to have the next wave ready for you and such. So there's an insane amount of ways that you can handle your spawning. It's more going to depend on how do you want the player to feel when the spawning occurs. And depending on how you want the player to feel will depend more on how you set up your spawn system. Alright, so we got that value there to actually despawn and such. But when we hit... made a keyboard string greater than 0. I wonder if this 0, 0 exists somewhere else too. Like if I... let me go into my upgrade on my potions here, where I make my potions, and let me try that, actually. That's gonna make sense to try real quick. No, see when I do 1, 0, I can't do more than 1, 0. Why is that? There it is. That's a key there. What creates that situation? That is our key. Is this our problem here? Is we need to convert this earlier? Are we at a place where you can convert this earlier? You're not going to scream at me for this? I feel like you're going to scream at me for that. You figure out how to make a background and then you'll make enemies. What software are you using for art? I personally don't do the art, my girl does that whole thing. She uses Adobe Illustrator and she has a tablet and pen. Okay, still getting an issue. Okay, now the error moved to this instead. Instead of this, it's the same thing. Okay, so we're still sitting in the same glorious location we were at before. Okay, so that can just go back down there. I almost feel like I need to make a generalized thing for this to allow the player to enter in values for all of the buttons themselves that we're going to be creating. So I really feel like that's going to be my best bet. So we'll make like we did here with the levels. I think this might work the best way. And then we can just have them slot in the way of those numbers will adjust. So player enters in how many soul points they want to put in. I guess that would make sense to the rest of the system, only due to the fact that everywhere else you put in how many levels you want to put in. And it wouldn't make sense to have somewhere else, if you can put in a value, to have it put in for a different value than what the player would be used to. It would be better to let the player become used to what they always are going to put in for their values when they get the option to input the value. Keep everything kind of like, yeah, I think that's gonna make the most sense. Keep everything working solidly like that. Okay, so what we can do there. What we can do there is we'll go ahead and just duplicate this thing here, and instead we'll call it object. What is this system called? What do we want to call this system? Level scaling input, we'll call, okay, so level scale input, we'll call this. Oh god, my OCD is not gonna do it. Not gonna do it, not gonna do it, not gonna do it. You can... Level is okay, but not input and scale. You can't do that. Can't do it. God, I wish my OCD did not make me have to do that all the time. It is not good coding practice. But that's what happens. That's what happens. Okay, so we're going to bring this down here. And then this way we'll have the code there, and we can adjust. Okay. We gotta adjust a lot of code. That's what we gotta do. Okay. I just want to close these things down. That out. Take that out. And that out. Okay. And you know what? Let's save this really quick. Let's open up a new workshop so we can have things cleaned up for ourselves. And we know what we're looking at. We got everything nice and close. Let's see. We are gonna have to copy this part in as well. Only due to the fact that this is going to be... And we need a draw GUI for this. This is going to be a GUI draw. We can get rid of that. We'll come over here, draw GUI, and cut that. Oh, actually, can I undo my mistake here? I fucking love it. It's fine. That's fine. Why is it fine? Because I could just come over here and copy the damn thing. Oh. Okay. Take that. Copy that. Copy it, don't cut it. Do that. Okay, now we got an empty draw event, so it doesn't draw itself except for when it's on the GUI and it's activated, so we don't have any issues with that. And we'll just need to adjust values over, essentially, to what we need. Actually, soul points required. Just call it soul points. I don't know, why did I call it soul points required up here? What do you mean required? I can fix that wording later. These aren't final assets, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to be going back over a lot of this shit, so... And I have to have an entire day anyways where I sit down and make sure all the wording sounds good. Sounds right, it's all correct, everything is needed. It's not placeholder stuff to make me mentally remember what things are and stuff like that. You know, just for easier programming. So... I'm not gonna sit there and worry about that. This one was pause. I remember this was pause level. That had to be pause level. Okay. I think we'll just copy pause level because that's going to be the value here. Anywhere where we see temp level. This will become... We're gonna make two different values for the levels. We're gonna make them. Oh, okay. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me make a value here. Input level. We'll call it that. Input level pause. Just so if I need to name something within the lines of that again, it'll make more sense. Okay, and I'm going to save editing these for when I get to them, because I'm going to use these templates more or less to help indicate the other buttons and which are active and such. Because they'll have different ratios and all that kind of stuff. I think that's going to be a good bet. And be a good bet. Get rid of that. You don't need it. You're not a parent of that. Let's actually do that right now, just so I can throw it in game. And we're gonna keep this one template. I'm gonna get rid of the rest. I think that works. I'll just get rid of that too. Okay. And there's that. So then what we do here is we make this we're gonna cut all cut all that out. Let me go ahead and grab this really quick. So that this will actually just be a step. I don't need this for... I actually don't need that. I actually don't need this. I guess I can throw it in there later for confirmation. If the player wants to so click it, I can do that. I can throw that in later. That'll be fine. Whatever. We'll do here. I guess because we want to think about that later too, we'll create some values here. Level counter will stay as a value. And we'll say if... I know we just had that whole thing here, and yes, we're just going to reset at the same time. I'd rather just get rid of the thing and then think of it fresh than anything else. Let's do a, just in case here, a security of a destroy instance of that. And we'll figure out the later code we need to put in with that in order to make all of that work correctly. And what we're doing here is, I guess we could say if equals false, if level counter equals false and instance exist of scale input equals false, then you can click that. Otherwise, you will need to escape out of the current one you're in, whatever menu you're in, and then you'll be able to access this. I actually kind of like that more than just adding in a bunch of... I actually like that more. And then we'll do a else down here. And we say if equals true. We're gonna set you to false. And we're going to delete that instance. And we'll figure out what else we're going to do with that. We're just going to give it a designated spot to spawn all of them. Or for all of them. We're going to have the thing coming down here, and we'll just make it spawn right here. Spawn right around here. Something that'll naturally grab the player's eye. My OCD is not liking that. There we go. Okay. Go to inspector here. We'll just snag these coordinates, and this way we can use this for everywhere. Or for all the other ones too. Makes it easy. And then layer will be menu layer. Baker, even your layers have the capitalizing? Yeah, I know. Please, let's just not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay. Got an error. That is insanely confusing. I'm getting the same fucking error that I was getting before. So everything I was doing was fine then. Oh my god. Alright, so it's further back than that. Our fix is further back than that. Our fix is going to be suggested in here, maybe. That is absolutely beautiful. I love it. Let's reset that layer, or this layout. There we go. Who holds that value? I wouldn't have. Did I put the... Did I really put it in here? No. Here we go. Global player level. Okay, so we put that in there, and then that... So what's the prop? What's the... Literally, what is the issue? This is such a weird bug. I love when things work in one room and they don't work in another. I absolutely adore it. That's just a placeholder. Maybe? Yeah. That's just a parent. Oh. Oh, this is absolutely phenomenal. I am having so much fun. So much fun. Okay. Then I guess kind of let's just copy the way that was done. Let's use pause level instead of input pause. Let's just do that then. Kind of weird. How did I... What was the greater than in the step then? Temp level? No, this is its own value here. These are temp level. Yeah. Is it because it's a global? Do you register it better because it's a global? Where is temp level made? That's my next question. Where do I make temp level in here? Where did I make temp level? I could have sworn that was in this here. Wasn't it? Did I miss it? Did I scroll over it? I see level spent. I don't see temp level. Where do I initially put temp level then? Is temp level literally only a creation during the whole thing, and that's why? I think so. I literally think so. It can't be a value if it's not entered in as a value, so it sits there empty. But when you make it a value before, you fuck up the whole thing? Really now? Really now? Really? We are going to have to make it a global because it's going to have to be read into other things, unless I guess I made it a parent into things. It's not a system though, it's going to be called. It's not going to affect mob spawning, we're just going to make it global. If it affects how many mobs will spawn, we would change it, but to be honest, it doesn't. It does not at all. So we're just gonna plop that on over there. Let's see what that does. Interesting. That works. This will be interesting. Oh, we still got an error. If under 1. Yeah, no, we're still getting the same thing. Why? What are you doing that is so damn... Like, what are you doing that is so different? If global player equals less than 1, that's a different variable. That's not the same variable. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's not the same variable. This would be pause level. This is going to be pause level less than 1. And then from there we can run the code as it is. That should work. That was the issue. Very stupid issue. In the sense of like a very easy mistake that should have been easily noticeable. And instead it took me like fucking 40 minutes. See? Okay, I don't know why I hit 1 and that number popped up. But it did. It's fine. It's fine. At least we're not crashing, right? That's what matters at this point, okay? That's step 1 figured out. We're not crashing anymore. And we could probably take this and implement it into the actual thing and not have this input value thing. And we may do that, actually. We may do that. But to be honest, I am going to get myself ready for a break. That's a little bit early to 1. Because it is, I'll just run an ad now, and then when I get back from my break, and that'll be it. But, yeah, definitely be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel. God hit me out of nowhere. And do remember I don't run ads unless I'm on my break or running support streams, so you lurking during those times does keep the stream ad free. I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around, and I will see you all when I come back. So what we're going to go ahead and start working on, we're going to clean up our workspaces first off, as always. We got our spawn system figured out. We got that finished. We got the NPC interaction finished, so that's phenomenal. What we can do now is get this NPC interactions transferred out throughout all the other NPCs. One thing I was thinking about doing there's a few things I was thinking of doing. I was thinking of moving a lot of the variables out from this create and then having them, it wouldn't be as efficient, it would just be easier on me. I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna move all of these into here as into one centralized location and then have that be on the create, but it's not as efficient. There's going to be more things created and held within it and all that. So unless I can figure out a way for that to become for that to become more efficient with it, which the only way I could think of that would be integrating everything all into one here, which I am thinking of doing, but right now we're gonna focus on getting the NPCs all put back in for their code and finishing up this collision system on the scaling and all that. After that, we're gonna come back and we're going to clean up a lot of the variables that are globals and everything, and we're gonna figure out what doesn't need to be made a global in the game and what does need to be. And we're going to get them all turned off of globals and do as much as we can to optimize the game and its code. Unfortunately, there isn't much optimization that can be done with the engine. That's one of its limitations, is the ability to optimize your games. But there's still a lot you can do if you are lazy on your coding in the beginning, or if you're taking it in the direction in your coding that you literally have no clue what you're doing and you're going to learn step by step. And that's kind of how when I go into a new language I go in. I don't go in assuming all my information that I knew before to like of other languages and implementing it in. I kind of go in on a more of a blind way and learn my way kind of through that. I slowly start to adopt what I know as I start to understand things, but my first usual month on an engine, 2 months, or on a language, I like to approach it as if I don't really understand anything. And it helps you learn just like the basic fundamentals, if you can afford the time to do that, of course. me, it's how I learn personally the best way, so I have to force myself to have the time. It's how I generally learn things. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this code copied over before I get distracted again. We can get rid of this. We actually didn't. That's an old system. Okay, so that's good there. We took... Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to do too. I wanted to try and move this out. So before we do that, I'm going to try and move this out. Let me open up a new workspace and let's try and move that out. Yeah, that's fine. Because that's important. I wanted to move that into here. I felt like it was going to be a good option. I don't know. Who has the interaction with? You do? Applying to... Okay. Okay. Yeah, we just wanted to try it for you for right now. So we'll go into you, and then we're going to come out, we're coming into this, and we're going to say, we're going to cut that out, completely take that out. All of it's gone. No more steps on that. Everything is alarms and triggers, which is what you want. You, like, that should be your most, like, highest of priorities. Highest of priorities. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna slap it down here like this. Right? And then we're gonna feed this to other. Feed this to other. Oh, this is already applying to other. We're fine, we're fine. Self. We don't have to worry about it. Okay. Let's see what happens. I know that's all we had to do, but I mean, it can be massive. This could be massive. It could be massive or it could do nothing. We have no clue. Well, we will find out. This was the highest process step that was being taken at the time. So, like, this was taking the most amount of my steps, was that single thing right there, and that's what we're trying to clean up. That is 3,000 mobs at a minimum now. 2,700 was the cap before, by the way. 2,700 was the cap before. We just gained 300 mobs. We just gained 300 fucking mobs. We just gained 300 more fucking mobs. We just gained over 10% more mobs. $67 was the cap before. Let's see where we're at. And mind you, we still have all those things destroying and respawning too. 1396 objects or something like that. Well, I'm changing their sprite, I guess you should say. 5383. And why would that be less? Was my math, did I see something wrong before? Was there so many mobs that it wasn't actually 6,700, it was 4,700? Was it 4,700? I didn't see correctly. I feel like this should be more efficient. Because, like, the low end was... Yeah, as you can see, things... coming back in. Beautiful. Huh. Was I moving during that? Was I moving during the 6,700? I think I was all the way in a corner. Was I all the way in a corner for the 6,700? Was that why? Because you have all this open room here. I swear I read wrong then. I had to have read wrong with 67. It was 4,700. Had to have been 47. I don't know. I'd have to look back in the VOD as all, I guess. Oh, here they come. This is the first one, the second. They're starting to get there. They're starting to get here. Oh, they're flooding in nicely. Well, no performance dips or anything like that. That's good. Oh, there's the mob count going up. It's going up now. Okay. 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 Had me worried for a moment. I was like, what did I do? Did I see it wrong? I had to have. There's 67. Come on, keep it going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. 68. Come on. No, no, no. Keep going. You got more. You got more juice. You got more juice. I feel it. Feel it. Come on. Come on. You got more juice than that. You got 7 than you at least. Come on. You got at least 7 in you. Come on. Come on. You got some juice in you. Wow. Okay, well, where are we going? We'll go downwards now. We'll go over here. Oh, we got 24, 29. We got him. We got it. We got a 31. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Come on. Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody. Come on. Come on. 69. 700, 6,900. Come on. I know it. You got it. Come on. At least 7. You got this. Go. Yeah, that's it. Keep going. Keep the number going. Keep the number going. 7,000. We're at 7,000 now. We're at 7,000 fucking mobs. $7,100. Holy shit. The adaptive spawning is strong. Oh, it's so strong. Okay, we gotta go. We're gonna go over to this side next. We're gonna come over to this side next. We have our point of manipulation. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. When does this break? This is so beautiful. We're gonna be reworking also the AI for the player party. It's been ages since I've touched it. With everything I know now, we definitely are gonna go into a better spot with it. Much better spot. We're gonna have a much more dynamic party and everything. It's gonna be a lot of fun. A lot of fun to make. Come on. Let's see it. Let's see it. We see 75? We see 75. You know, once you get 75, you're just gonna want to see 8,000. I know, but it doesn't matter, okay? This is great for 100 pixel items. Oh yeah. Well, I guess they're 72 by 72 is what they are. But still, it's not actual pixel art resolution in the slightest bit. It is great numbers for that. Okay, that looks like that is our hard cap. Try to get a screenshot of this. I'm pretty proud of that. Okay. I'm pretty proud of that. Do a new layer. There we go. Okay. Let's take a look at a debugger and see what we can find. Why not, right? Find out what we can do to make the game more efficient. Let's take a quick look. Take a quick look. Baker, didn't you say you were gonna work on the other thing? Listen. Listen. You listen? You are? Yeah. Yeah. Well, since you're listening, let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Alarm 2. Now it's the attack. The attack is now the highest thing. The attack now is 15% of our steps. My lord, what am I creating? These things are hardly fucking calling. This is beautiful. How do you... The alarm is the only thing running. It's 15% of my steps. This one here. Okay, this is starting to grow up in steps. Which makes sense. I think there's a way we can shorten this. I think there's a way we can shorten this one here. This one is starting to override the steps, but I think there's... I don't know what we can do for this. I don't know what we can do for this. This is calling a lot. You know what? Hold on. I think I know what we can do for it. That is calling a lot, though. I don't like how much that's calling. Let's fix that. Why is that calling? Is that because of their attack speed? It's just calling so much? Is that why? I think the logical thing to do then is we set them all to 10. Anything that's under 10 goes to 10. Because we know, or at least I know from my testing, 10 is the most efficient number for their testing. Or from my testing for alarms. We may have to come back in here and just make this code more efficient somehow as well. But we're going to figure it out. Point of what we're doing the whole time here has been efficiency and making the game run better and increasing our mob count as much as possible. And also implementing in a couple extra things here and there. But the main thing is optimizing this game as much as possible so when y'all get your hands on it, you have as good of a functioning game as I can give you. There's an empty alarm there. There's an empty alarm there too. So 9 and 10 are empty alarms. Do we have anything? Nothing activates them to my knowledge. Let me make sure. Okay, good. Alright. So we got that cleaned up a little bit more. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Does this come up correctly for y'all? Yeah. Alright, let's take a look. Now we got the spawn alarm, the highest currently. That's very good. Very, oh my, look at this optimization. Look at this optimization here. Look at that. Our spawn system is now the highest code. The spawn system is now the highest code. Look at that efficiency gain. And the collision will come up now. Look at that. Mob count is stuck at 2638 though. It's not 2700. Kind of confusing. Kind of confusing. What happens if I move this? Oh, it's because I'm running the debugger. Debugger is going to lower my mob count. That's why. That's why. That's fine. Okay. I don't worry about mob count right now. Mob count is irrelevant to me. Right now, we're just looking at steps. Alright, so we're at about 20% now for collision. Collision's starting to get hectic. And that's going to be our limiting factor now. Okay, so we have to... Okay, okay. After speed gets set to 0, we say if x... I wonder if I can do x comma y with this. X and y. And I do an x and y here. Do you like ands or do you like something different? Are you what's the other one for and? Bracket, is it? 0 results found for bracket too. Let's do and game and command gamemaker studio. Wait, that expressions. Here we go. Here's some expressions. Always like to double check on things. If like I don't immediately know it off the top of my head on how something wants to be expressed, I'll take a look. Because GML is its own custom language, so like when I don't know some and there's an and there. So it's two and symbols. Combining, here we go. Yeah, bracket, okay. And or XOR are used to combine Boolean values together to give true or false of a statement. Interesting. What is what does XOR mean? Why is my brain not processing XOR? Is that like... Is exclusive or... Basically means if neither is true, it returns false. If both are true, it also returns false. It only returns true if one and only one of the inputs is true. Oh, okay. Okay. Exclusive or okay. Okay. Oh, that's good to know, actually. Okay, that's good to know. I can use that for other things. But it did have and in there as a value I could do, right? Yeah. And is practice I can use. might be able to do this. Okay. What I'm trying to do is have the code just cut off early. If x and y equal the same as the previous x, y, then the code should cut off early and make it more efficient. It should have a peak point. Shouldn't get too bad. We're stuck at 26. And 9. Okay, the time call count's getting really high. What is it doing here? Is it hard? I know what it's doing. I know why it's still running. So what it's doing, you see this gap right here? That's called a place free. It's called a place free. But I can't fit there. It can't fit there. But if the X and Y are the same, it should stop the code. So you're telling me these guys are moving ever so slightly? Is that what I'm getting from this? Right now, place empty. Yeah, because place empty is constantly being ran. So this is not the correct code to stop it. Okay. Maybe it's just not registering correctly. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Let's just maybe the value can only be one value. Maybe that's part of the problem. We'll see. We shall see. I think it was at F4 or is this F6? F6 for the debugger. 2800. $28.91. Alarm set now is higher than place empty. Good. Good. Okay. All right. So we got it to work. It's not like perfect at the end of the day. By any stretch of the any stretch of the imagination. I don't know if this is causing a problem. I found it weird that the exit, I feel like that exit is creating issues, but we're going to try this first. Because right now we're having a bit of a mob interaction problem. They're not re-picking up themselves and trying to target me even though there's clear room in front of them. So we're working on getting that to come back. No. Okay. So we're doing this incorrectly then. It's there, but we're just doing it incorrectly. We're going to take this out first. We're going to move this down here. And then, because if this is already running and this is the same, we don't really have to worry about setting movement speed to 0. So I think this will make things work better. Because I think if we're setting movement speed to 0 and then we're checking if the previous is the same, it's obviously going to be the same. Ah, shit. Okay, well, we got different interactions going here. That's not... Ooh. Because it takes too long. Oh, okay, you're still attached in there. I kind of thought you were. I gotta reset this layout. Oh. Okay. There's gonna be a simple way to do this. Oh god. I hate having to constantly reset layout. If x equals x plus plus. See what happens. I'm just trying to figure out what is the detection that I'm going to use for that to occur so we can have it stop running. Because that's the important thing, is that we figure out how to make it stop running. When there's no oh, there we go. Okay, we got it. Okay, we got a bit of a different oh. Does this make them go through walls? I feel like you're going to be going through walls. $3,300. Jesus. I say they go through objects. $3,300 minimum cap now. Doing that. That is wild. We pretty much stopped them from actually gridlocking with this too, effectively. And then this one still will automatically stop their movement speed. But they have to overlap a little for this. What if we use the circle radius thing that we used in the spawn? What if we use the same principle there? No. It's like, I don't know what I was thinking. I guess what we could do too is I put an else here and just literally copy this in and just cover another end of things, like just in case. So we say like y, and then we do y plus plus, and then maybe this just covers everything in that front, and this will keep them from not moving, or this will keep them from blocking as much. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really 100% on that, but I'm just saying stuff. Okay. Maybe we can set up this security here, the else here, down here. So it's like, let's do one thing at a time. One thing at a damn time, Baker. What the hell is wrong with you? Trying to change like 7 different things at one time. You will have no clue what the hell's working and what isn't. I'd rather have 3 if statements there to check through than all that other code, if I'm to be completely honest. Why are you not 0 moving? It is very interesting. Am I doing something wrong here? interesting. Okay, so we need that movement speed to stop in the beginning so that the enemy can, or yeah, so the enemy has time to figure out what to do. That much is a requirement. So maybe if we set it in the beginning. No. No. Is this as efficient as we're gonna get it? There. Back to the old. Alright. Let's look at the debugger again. Look what the next one was. What's the next thing on the list? We're gonna consider that optimized. There currently isn't much I can do with that. There probably is one thing I can figure out, but okay, the attack is still there. And then from there is the spawn system. $26.66. So realistically, this would be the only real thing we're looking at is that, and then if we can somehow optimize this further. That's it. That is as optimized as we're gonna get. We did it. Okay, cool. I can actually confirm that now through looking at debugging. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're gonna spread out the code and get all these other mobs and get everything back going with the timers and all of that and having this work correctly, and we're gonna start feeling things out on how everything feels. We need to work on, well, actually, when we come back, we're going to work on the scaling system for the object collision for the enemy. And we'll go from there. Once that's figured out, we can go ahead and go through here and add all of this code into these guys, change our spawn around to actually run through its timers correctly, and change all of the code and all of those alarms for the parent spawn, and then we will be in a spot to where we can give some good testing after that. But do remember, I only run ads during my breaks and when I run support streams, so your lurks during that do help fund the development of the game and are much appreciated. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. I'll leave some VODs up in the meantime, and I do hope you all take care. For those of you that won't be here when I get back, and for those of you that will, I will see you all in a bit. $8.17. 14,102. Okay, that's definitely not even. Alright, everybody, I am back. I do want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. We're going to be going for about a half hour here more, and we'll be ending at the 4 hours, and then I can get myself to fixing the footage for the support stream and getting new stuff rendered. Okay, so there's something I want to do now. I'm just going to put it in pause now, but I'm going to end up moving a lot of this stuff. Same with the load gear. We're going to end up moving it to a completely other room. And we're going to see if that helps with performance as well. We'll have all of these things kind of like in a pre-load up way, and then they'll get saved into the game and loaded in when you load in. Or saved into a file and loaded in when you load it. Okay. Sorry if you could hear that fan in the background. Oh, we need to do the alarm witch thing as well. No, maybe we could just... I think we could just make a slider instead and have that value. Oh, we'd have that. Okay, okay, hold on. Someone's having a heart attack. And this way we can make this a value that can be adjusted. Because this is, instead of having a different system to allow the player to set by their own want, we'll just have a slider scale. And they'll be able to set to, you know, better performance and stuff like that. No heart attacks allowed. I know this thing is... It's thinking about it. It's got a... One of the main problems this is having is all of this code. All of my code for my spawning. As you can see with that, and there's a scroll. And it just... The computer suffers with all that. But this is a system we're working on. Okay. I guess we'll create another group for this. And we'll call this aunt count. And call this object oh, my OCD is not like that. I still don't like that one. It feels too long. No, it's not that long. We'll call this just one mob count, I guess. Then we can make a mob slider afterwards. And just do this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just throw in an empty thing here just to make it easier. And now, oh, slider. Let's call it paint. Ghetto slider. Ghetto slider incoming. There we go. Okay, there's one piece for that. Next one, just give me this. With fucking let's say 30, and height 50, I think. What was the fucking height on this? 25. Yeah, we're gonna do double for a slider. And slider color, I guess we'll just give it a green, I guess. I don't know. This is a placeholder, so it doesn't really matter. Go ahead and save that. Where is it? Main game. Pause, we'll put it in here. We'll call this mob scale slider. And then we'll call this, why are you green? Can we talk about why you're green? There we go. Okay, and then call this the mob scale slider base line time bar. Okay. Assets. I guess we'll slap you in a pause, I don't know. Okay. I'm just gonna put that there for now. Actually, let's throw this up here. This might look like it makes sense for right now, because I will be moving on all of these things into a different room. There we go. Okay, so we got that. Dun, 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 dun. That goes there, and then we want object mob scale, mob slider, we'll call you. And we'll call you next one. This is why my girl does the art, by the way, not me. So you see anything that looks janky as shit and doesn't make sense for anything? Yeah, that's probably my asset. Probably mine. Okay, where do I want you to spawn? It's not gonna work there, dumbass. Just close your sprites. This year? Oh. That isn't even the right thing. I thought I hit this, but I guess I didn't. We'll start that out as a baseline concept. And come on. Well, come on, you can just select that, man. Don't do this to me. The engine is not happy right now. Man. Create a variable here so that we know when mob scaling is initiated as well. Okay, let's just look at that real quick. Just look at that. Oh, hold on, we need to take those off. They're still on the map. Nice. Okay, let's talk about why it didn't work. Let's talk about why that didn't work. Let's talk about why you did not want to work. It's on parent, it's on menu layer. I'm just gonna try XY. It's not gonna look great in any facet, but what it's gonna do is allow me to just see that it's spawning. Oh, hold on. I know what it is. Give the engine a moment here and I'll fix my mistake. I know exactly what to do. Hold on. Can you please work? Please? Can you just... Please? Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna come over... Where are these things? Okay, that should fix it. I don't know why I keep doing selecting them. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now... Do I swap these places and then it'll... Oh yeah, never mind. There's bar and slider, yeah. No. I thought it would be the other way around. Yeah, I thought that would have been the other way around. Don't need that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Ghetto slider. Ghetto slider. Let me get some water in there. Alright. I'm just gonna take... just give me the whole thing, I don't care. I'll figure it out. Why don't I just copy the... Oh, it's all the same at this point. But, okay, I'll do that. And... that doesn't need... The slider doesn't need anything. Okay, how do I want to do this? So we need this one here, we need to do the code in. If click true. Clicked equals true. And then we want... We want to store this value, actually. We can store the value, and then we can say if that value And then we can have like a less than to make it move to the left. And then we can have a greater than to move to the right. Maybe we could do that. I should not have started without X. MS slide. MS slide start. Well, it's going to keep updating, so it's always going to be the same. When do we... I got it. We're going to set it to an alarm for a half second, and every half second it'll update this, and if the current position is less than or greater than what this is, then the slider will do something. We can even just do a 15th of a second or something like that, you know. Or a 1/4 of a second, I should say. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good bet. Kind of work something around that. How do we want it to move? How do we want it to move? How do we want it to move? Actually, I think I can do this. What is that? No, that's set point direction. I don't want to do that. That's direction fixed. Oh. I think you can do this. Might be able to do this. It would be X moving, and then we would be sticking to... Mod bar slider. .y. Just say like 4. I don't know. Just for right now. I believe that was the command for it. We'll just call it move here. And then exit. Let me just double check that was the move point. Yeah, and speed. Alright, let's see what happens there. No guarantees. I haven't made a slider on this engine before. So I'm kind of just... I'm winging it right now. I got an error. Okay. Well, at least it tried to do something. That's the important part. Wait. Not set before reading. Okay, let's go ahead and do this then. We'll set it. Oh, actually, no, I don't want to do that yet. Okay, we're not getting an error, but we can't move it. Alright, let's see here. Just registering it. Okay, so we're getting it to do what we want in that regard. Now we need to get this thing to move. No. Oh, maybe the exit's screwing it? Let me try not having the exit. Maybe that could be screwing things up. me try coming up with this. We're gonna put this down here. And this way we'll just click it and see if we can't have it like move with it or something. I don't know. I just want to see if this base concept is working that I'm trying to do. Oops, I had escape instead of... No? Okay. Okay, so at least I know where I'm at now. That's what matters. Let me just try some things here. I just want to see if I can't get this to... Wait. Yeah, no, that's right. This will give me an idea at least if things are working, and I just need to figure out the commands better. No? Okay, what happens if I just did this? Can I at least just see it start moving? Can we just start there? Can I see it move? I can see it move. I can be on the right track. Alright, it's moving at least. Okay. Alright. He's getting there. Oh god, we will save this for next time though. So we are getting there with it. We'll have this slider working. We'll get it all working next time. There won't be a stream tomorrow. Tomorrow and some days after, I'm going to spend my time getting all this footage edited up and also fix some of the broken footage over with the current uploads right now for the support stream. Once I get all those done, I'll have the support stream up and going again, but we will resume coding on Thursday of next week. Give me some time here to kind of relax my head from all of this. And I'm also going to be helping out Danny a lot more in the house so that she can get more, what's it called? More housework done and everything. Because I unfortunately cannot stream while I'm rendering these videos and stuff like that and editing them. The computer has a stroke and a half with Premiere. It does not like streaming Premiere. It really does not. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. But we're going to go ahead and end off here. I do want to thank you all for coming around and showing all the love you do continue to show. And I hope you all take care, stay safe, stay humble, be open, and as always, never stop searching. Peace, everybody. Alright, everybody, I am back. I do want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. Alright, let's adjust this next break here. Go back to our hour. Update. Update. Thank you. Let me turn off ads. Okay. Okay. Alright, so this is working in a good baseline. We just kind of gotta refine it out from here. think what we want to do here as well is we'll go ahead and do this. So that as long as it's on this, it's going to be reducing it. I think that's a good idea. So no matter what, it's reducing it if it's on. It's not only when it levels. So hopefully it'll be a little more consistent for the player. Otherwise, it just kind of looks weird right now. I totally... There we go. Wow, that soul level is going up really fast now. Oh. Oh my. Oh my. What a... I think the loop is breaking it. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, that's... Oh my god. Oh, wow. That changed something. That changed something right there, huh? Well, if we're gonna do that, we would have to increase this number by a drastic form. You could say when you level. Say 100 there, and then when you level, let's say half of that at 50. I might just go against doing that, but that was wild. That was wild. So it is kind of an idea. It's kind of an idea. There's a bit of a vibe to that. I could make it so that the player could scale themselves up to achieve stuff like... Yeah, so that's the loop doing that regardless. Say something here. Still does it. It's not the loop. Look at that. So it just triggers so many times that regardless, it just drops itself back down. Interesting. 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 That's because of this. So that would be purely because of this right here. That's unfortunate. That changed the dynamic of things. No, that's still dropping to 90. Why? Why? Let me see if it triggers that fast without that. Or if this thing just goes into the negative now. If so, we'll just have to figure out a better cap, which is fine with me. The game just froze. Okay. Number went so low it broke. Okay. Let's see. This should prevent that now. Okay. That shit went to such a high negative number so fast. That's literally what happened. Oh, that's quite literally what happened. That shit just said bloop. Oh my. Okay, so what we can do is we're just gonna call this an actual... We're gonna make this just a set value. And what we can do... Okay. I think it would just be in here. So what we'll do is say if our XP to level is greater than or equal to, right? And then we'll have whatever value we want to set this to. Let's just throw 10,000 in here for right now, right? And then we do else greater than or equal, and then if it's less than, we'll just throw in our value of 10,000. Then we want to come over here and pop this alarm to come here. Now, the reason why we're going to do this is if this here, which we're just going to literally say 10,000. we can get rid of that, that. We can get rid of this. Okay. So essentially, is if the XP is 10,000 or over, it'll set this to 10,000 every time. But if it's under and we occur into, you know, proccing the alarm over here, it'll send it back over to here. We may need to set up another variable, and what we can do is just call it true or false, and the variable simply just, it checks to see if it's greater than this number here, and then we have that check for that, which then checks over here to see if that's false, and then reads through the code here and then resets it to true, just to like secure that this thing will actually run this code. Because right now the issue we may run into is if we constantly keep going over 50. I guess we could put in here. Actually, hold up, wait a minute. No, I think if I did less than, then this would only run less than. I don't want to do that. I feel like this isn't gonna work here. So if this keeps looping over, that there. This should not work. Okay, we're just gonna get that out of the way and remember that right now this will probably not work, but we're just gonna see what it does. But it's pretty much guaranteed to not work right now. It'll look like it's working for a little bit. When this thing breaks, it'll break. There it is. There's the break. That's what I thought. Okay. Alright, alright. Oh. 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 Is it bad? I already want to go take another break. Fucking brain is just like frying right now. I don't know why. Oh lordy. Son of a bitch. I don't know why my brain's coming to a lapse almost. Okay, so what we want to do then... Give me a moment here. Something... I think I got it. I think I got it. Hold on here. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold. Oh dear. Hold. Oh dear. Hold the door. Hold the door. Alright. What are we doing here? Okay. So, we have this into here, but where we can put the check could be in here. Right? No. Where can we put this stupid fucking check? Why don't you just set it to... Okay, to make this work better then. Okay. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Just give me an hour. Give me a year. Oh, I need a millennia. Need a fucking century. Give me the time. Oh. This is frustrating. Why is my brain not working? It sees what I need to do, but my brain says, like, go fuck yourself. What's a system I could implement without having to do all these extra security measures? I think that's the best approach. Right? Right. I'm thinking, actually, hold up. So if we, you know, actually, hold on here. You see, when you say things sometimes, you give yourself ideas, right? Okay, alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna forget about having all these like all this stupid shit here, right? And what we're going to do is we're just going to simply have an alarm that runs through, and if your criteria meets the certain amount of souls per second required, which will be a scalable thing for the player to invest into, then you will every second receive a percentage off of your actual current amount of level of XP to level. I think that's fairly logical. And then if it's under, all it does is it resets to 0 and resets the alarm. I think we actually got something here. I think we actually got something here. Oh. Let me just double check this alarm here. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing to do with alarm 1 being activated. We get a baseline to figure this out to see if that works. Let's do it divided by 2. I think I see it working, but dividing it by 10 is just kind of not drastic enough. I mean, I guess we could just set it to 0.2 too, but I'd rather kind of do a relative, just because it's probably going to be a little bit more secure. There we go. Yeah, those are big drops. Actually, I kind of like this. Like I said, we can have this as a number that the player will be able to scale themselves. It can get better and better. It's significantly faster on the scaling. Already at 192. I think we ended our testing at like 30 minutes during the break at like 2:15 or something like that. So this is significantly better. Yeah, this has got good potential. What do my stats look like? This is level 100,000. Looks like it. Yeah, that is working really well. Helps keep up with the XP needed. Does a really good job with it too. Already at 229. Okay. We'll just take a straight percentage instead of dividing. We're gonna try something here. That would be 50%. With this one, I want to try doing 75%. Now let's give them some really fast leveling. Just to kind of get an idea of this. We'll see how that works. Oh yeah, look at that scaling there. Already at level 70. We can make these two separate values for the player to have to scale into as well. So if they want to get faster soul levels or soul points, then they can. If they want to get faster scaling of levels for enemies because they want to do an endurance run or something like that, you know, see how long, see how long their kit can last for There goes my brain. For an endless run, then they'll be able to like have faster scaling and everything. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here, everybody. I know it's a little early for me. I'm not gonna run ads while I take a break here. I'll just run one initial ad and that's gonna be it. So, but yeah. Okay, we should be back now. That was a, it's an issue with my engine for some reason. It only does it with, gamemaker up. It probably has something to do with why it's not picking up the game every time. It probably has something to do with that. $33. Okay. Thank you. Okay, there isn't even a capture source. Created with gamemaker. There we go. There's real. Okay. Engine just gets all sort of finicky. Let me double check my math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, how did it loop through the rest of that? We're gonna get that. Hold on, let's get this number on visual display at this point. Let's get this number on visual display. This is confusing me. I didn't. What did I do over here? Correct. And it's extended down from this. Yeah. Okay. I'll just call it level change. And 1700 620. I think that should be okay. I think that's what I left open. I think those were the coordinates. I'm pulling back my memory here, but I think it's 1700. I'd be really impressed at myself if I remembered that. Wow. I'm impressed at myself. Huh? Why is that number going up? And the enemy level isn't like that. What is... Wait, why? What? How? How? Huh? How does it... It doesn't... But it doesn't hit the... I'm a bit confused here. It's not hitting the values, but it's skipping like it is. Why you do this to me? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. We only like we were like 280 and it switched. Why? Why? Maybe we gotta make it just like a straight greater to, and this it turns into a less than or equal to. Oh shit. Shit. Never mind. Never mind. You saw that, everybody? I think everybody saw that. I think everybody saw that one. Oh my god. Ah. That said 50 still down there. That's why I just started going haywire. We didn't adjust all the values down here in every alarm. Look at that. Huh. Isn't that amazing? Like you put the code there and everything, and then you just don't even change every value that needs to be changed. So what happens? Like, it doesn't know what to do. It just starts going crazy. Oh yeah, around 280, it just switched. I don't know why. It's 250. 280. I mean, like, when you're trying to read it that fast, 250, 280, you're pretty damn close. Oh, Lord. I definitely think going by 2 is going to be the best option too, by the way. Actually, let's make a value here just so I can freely edit this stuff easier. Let's do this. This way I can adjust this a lot easier. This way I only have to adjust one variable every time as I'm messing around with this. Oh boy. I'm getting a little sloppy.
Roger, 0J, and I feel fine. Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
There we go. That's gonna work better for testing. This way I can change all the values that I need to change.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I may even turn it into a percentage or something like that. Right now we're testing it. There we go. That's better. Yeah, let's reduce the number since it's working well now. And this way we can see it loop faster. It'll probably end up working better to leave it at like 1.1 though, to be honest. Just because of, like, it's gonna keep going up. Actually, that looks really nice. Actually, they already looped at like level 500. That's pretty good. else was there was something else I wanted to do. Oh. I'm going to do this defaultly, and then we will end up putting those back in. Because I still want the player to be able to change their FPS while they're in the game. And if I don't do this, then they won't effectively be able to while still having the same results of mob spawning. So, but for right now, I want to kind of get some tuning down on that. So I am making it one value that I can adjust easier. And that's why we just brought it over here and I multiplied it by 2 instead of 3. FPS real though, we need to update constantly and always be red. So we need to know what that is at all times. That's good there. I'll let this sit through and loop a bit. Yeah, we know the other one survives until like this one here will be fine with our stuff. Essentially, we're tuning to make sure we can get the most amount of mobs while still being able to be slightly above what our, or making sure we don't like crash our way below our target FPS is what we're doing right now. When it comes to the adjustments that I just did with the multiplier of the FPS for the additive spawns, or for the what we're gonna call it, the adaptive spawn system. As you can see with how many more mobs we have than the last time, it is a rather big improvement. But we're just slowly tuning it to make it work perfect. It might be a little too low. Might be a little too low. 2 might be the very safe limit. That is a lot more mobs. That is nice. Damn, that's nice. Oh, we are getting there. Oh, we are getting there. This is gonna be a good system. Let me move around. Oh, okay. I'll go ahead and move around this one. Look at that. Oh man, look at that. Look at that mob density. Oh, look at that. That is a work of art right there. Oh man. That's what I'm talking about right there. Alright, we're getting somewhere finally. We're getting somewhere. Alright, we're getting somewhere on mob count. Alright, I'm proud. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we are probably gonna increase this map size. This is... I love it. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna try it. I'm just gonna go straight on FPS. We're gonna see what this looks like. This map is going to be filled with mobs. I don't think there's going to be a bit of open space. Oh my god. How we running? How we running? Actually smooth. We actually, oh my god, actually did it. Actually did it. Actually fucking did it. Actually fucking did it. Actually did it. Actually have that. That is actually the way it is. This is the result of me doing coding. Oh my god, it's been a minute. Oh, it feels good finally. Finally back on, a little bit closer to back on track where I used to be. 15 years ago. We're getting there. We are definitely getting there. We are getting back on track to 15 years ago. Oh man, what's good, Thomas? Oh, this is a fucking oh, this is hot. God, that's hot. Ah. Just fucking bask in that. Look at that shit. That's adaptive mob spotting, by the way, Thomas. It will adjust to your PC and your FPS to keep yourself at your target FPS and spawn the most amount of mobs possible at the target FPS you set yourself to. That's what we do here. So the better computer you have, the more mobs you will have. I have a 10400 Intel CPU with a 2060 GPU. So if you have better than and 32 gigs of DDR4 RAM. So if you have better than that, you can get a higher mob density than what I even have here. That is fucking majestic. You're fucking right, it is. You're fucking right. God damn, I'm proud of that. Holy shit. Ah. Jesus fucking Christ. I am so happy right now. Oh. God damn. Alright. How you doing though, Thomas? I'm gonna be getting myself ready for a break, but it's because my brain's kind of fried from figuring all this out, but we did it. And we also set up so that the spawn system itself on the rotation of like the alarms on what mob sets you get loops around constantly. So it'll like the number, like this level change number up here is whenever a new alarm is active, and that number keeps going through, and it'll just keep adding through and looping through the alarms as it needs to. So it'll go to 1 with that value, change to a new value at 2, go all the way to 11, repeating that, and then loop it back around. Once it hits that value that it achieves at 11, it'll loop that back to 1 and then continue that through again. And it does that infinitely. And it's all based off of enemy level, and it's all fucking easy calculation. We don't have any movement speed in this one, so this is default movement speed to give you an idea of like actually how shit is just chilling. There is no issues. Like if I want, I can go a little bit higher and do like 1.1. If we want like true security of this, we do times 1.1, right? Just 1.1. And what that'll do is just give us a tiny bit more FPS onto it to allow for a more stable 60. Because right now we have it set at 60 FPS, but the player can set it whatever the hell they want it to be. Oh, we forgot about that bug. We're gonna be fixing that one. Trying to perfect a build in Soulstone Survivors. Soulstone Survivors, why is that familiar? Oh yeah, I saw that game recently. Yeah, I saw someone playing that. Yeah, with the new mode they came out with. Yeah, there's a roguelike. Yeah. Oh, that is a very interesting talent tree. That's a Path of Exile inspired talent tree. That's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. I like that. That's cool. 18,000 total reviews? Huh. Huh. For anyone interested, I'll toss it in there. I don't know if it's a good game, but I like that concept. That's really cool. That's so cool. I could definitely see why your brain would be firing looking at that tree. With a limited amount of points, you really gotta sit there and think. And because that game isn't as popular as Path of Exile, there isn't as much knowledge about it, so you're probably left with a lot more of like having to do your own footwork. That's cool though. I love that. Ah, that's beautiful. God. Absolutely beautiful. What are my temperatures looking like? That's not bad with everything else currently running right now. GPU is at 98 Fahrenheit. The CPU is high. It's like 140-ish. It floats between 135 and 140. But that's because I have, like... If I stop my streaming software, because I'm also recording and streaming at the same time, while I have like a bunch of windows open, while the game engine is running, while the game is running. So, like, yeah. Where's my RAM usage? The last time I still don't see my fucking RAM usage whatsoever. I'm still using under 100 megs of RAM on the game. That is fucking beautiful. 8% of my CPU. I expected that increase there. That's about a 3% increase from where I had it previously. That's actually very acceptable for doubling, or actually tripling the mob count. So that's very acceptable. 3% increase for tripling the mob count. That's fucking good. Yeah, when I close everything earlier with the old mob count that I had, my PC ran at, what was it? 89 degrees Fahrenheit for the GPU and 94 degrees Fahrenheit for the CPU. So it's just my recording software is fucking a goddamn hog and a half. That's good though. Celsius, by the way, 37 Celsius for the GPU right now and 62 for the CPU. It's a bit high for the CPU, but it's the fucking streaming software. And the engine as well. The engine the engine literally crashed my streaming software earlier. Just gotta give you an idea here what's going on sometimes. we don't get that option. Yeah, that was actually, there was only a 10-degree difference there resetting my game there. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You can max out the entire tree. Oh, that's cool. Good. That's cool. I like games that do that. That's cool. Alright. Okay, let's see what those are. Yeah, I told you. Okay, those don't matter. Anyways. So we got this finally to work. Now I want to try something here. If clicked equal If clicked equals clicked. Oh, Lord. Okay. We're just gonna try some things now. Oh, there is one other thing I want to try before I do this. But we're gonna try this first because it's here. If it works, awesome. But I want to try not having the camera switch. Okay, so that does not. It does not want to work. I mean, to be fair, it would be constantly updating. Okay. I want to take out those camera point of views now. Hopefully they won't be needed anymore. There we go. Okay. Alright, good. Okay. Well, we don't need that right now. We can get rid of that. That's gonna help. Give it a moment here, though. It's gonna need a moment. That one is gonna need a moment. Oh shit. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was running ads. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. I don't know if an ad ran or not within the time period. I apologize if you got one. I'm so sorry. I'm glad I looked over. Glad I looked over and had the time to wait. That's rude of me. I was so focused on just get back into coding and figure this out. My apologies. My apologies. This thing is just gonna take its time. Sometime this year it'll be done. Oh, I have a link to the current support stream still. Jesus. Man, I'm sloppy today. My apologies, everybody. I don't have that community update one. We're not even gonna be here for too much longer. We'll still do that. This is ridiculous how long this is taking. This thing is literally still going. Still thinking about it. We have to close it though. We have to sit through it. Like you're wondering, like, Baker, is it? You mean it's like the not responding again? Yeah, I mean it's the not responding again. Like, we just gotta wait it out. One day I'll get a better PC. One day. I almost want to like pause my timer. Holy shit. At the same time, it's like a nice way to have a timer of how long this shit has taken. This is remarkable. Oh man. Absolutely remarkable. I just wanted to close down a window, free up some performance, you know? Yeah. I mean, that's all we wanted to do. I don't know what I'm freeing up at this point. Mother Earth? It's gotta be Mother Earth is gonna be cleared up at this point. Maybe I should have went in there and just closed one alarm at a time. I think that probably would have been the wiser decision. Oh man, probably would have been the wiser choice. Maybe we can make that code smaller by making a DS grid and then assigning spots in the DS grid, and then only have one spawn on there, and then put if place free in DS grid, it spawns that. Ah. Well, that could free up a lot of steps. That could increase mob spawning by a fuck ton if that works, as I think it would. Oh. Okay, after we work on this, and we get this whole thing done, that'll be my next project. We might be able to improve mob spawning even more and get more mobs. We might get more mobs. Maybe do even a... Oh. Might be able to do something even easier than that. I might be able to do something easier than that. We might be able to do a circle radius and then have the numbers of the circle radius actually be randomized generated, and then have those values fit in, and if a place free is within those values, then it'll spawn those mobs, and then we can have that number there actually follow the player. Ah, look at this stuff. sometimes, you know, like just sitting there and waiting for things to happen and things like you can think of things. Some ideas we have to kind of just mess around with. I'm always trying to make this mob spawning better. I'm always trying to have it higher. I'm always trying to think of ways. Always trying. When we do that though, we'll be saving it over, we'll be saving our current version into a separate version, and then we'll make like 2, maybe 3 different versions, and then we'll compare them all, and like I'll figure out a way to get a mob counter up for me too, so that I can compare everything and actually know what's going on. We will work on that. Kind of just fried my brain thinking that whole thing. Anyways, let's see. What do we call that? Is it Mr. 1? Pause. My brain is so fried. I can do it with my... Okay, let's see what that does for right now. Why don't you detect it? What if we told you like a... just, let's see. I should read it with the sprites of bounding boxes, but maybe it's not. Oh. Okay, so now we got something happening here. We got something happening here. Alright, we are getting somewhere now. Now if we take that out, we come back in here. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Oh. Okay. I think we're just gonna go ahead and call it there for the night. My brain is absolutely fried right now. Not so much the night. Well, maybe the night. I'm gonna end off, do a support stream, and we'll see if we come back later. Okay. Well, we're gonna do a little bit more. Did you all see I got the thing working? And like why it wasn't working for some reason? It follows my mouse now. But yeah, if the thing didn't get it or not, I don't know. I'm just gonna double check. So I had to actually create the instance at the same time as the bar was created, because apparently clicking on the bar wouldn't make the slider follow. So having them both spawn in at the same time makes the slider follow. I don't know. We were able to get the jump 2 to work. We're gonna look at this now to see kind of what this looks like. Really annoying. That's where we're at though. Okay, well. Okay, we'll have to figure that out. But we got it working to an extent, and it's fast enough. Obtaining for such a repository cannot be done securely and therefore disabled by default. Right before your stream crashing was a fun experience. Oh shit. Oh man. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. Alright. And then somehow it wasn't disabled? Alright, I am actually going to go ahead and end off here, because I'm just going to switch over to XSplit. Or not XSplit, but OBS. I'm going to switch back over. This is just... Let's get all this integrated into everybody and get all the alarms set up, and then we'll give this, oh, not everybody, but into just this. But I think before we continue that, though, we're going to go into parent spawn real quick. And... wrong one. I got into the groove there. We're gonna make sure I wanted this one open. That the only thing spawning is this. Just like that. Okay. And next thing I want to do, I gotta reopen the damn thing. I keep closing because I don't want the problem with the room. But here we are. The thing that sucks is if I go 30,000 by 30,000, it's still the same problem that we encountered. One moment. Okay. Yeah. So we load that up. Load this up. The viewport. I don't think we actually need to do that. We just do that. Will it work? Have I just been stupid this whole time, or was I doing this for a reason? I don't know. I thought so. Okay, what if I just disabled viewport then? Is that the issue? I just want to see if I have a faster way around this. Oh, okay. Okay. No, we're gonna get a baseline idea of what's going on here. Okay. My head's being a pain, right? So if you see the mouse roll off the cursor, I don't say anything. That's just life. So far the mobs seem to be gathering well. At least in the center there. Not 100% on what that's from at this point. It's like we got that guy over there with an image scale 3, but he hasn't been ported, but there's also no space for him. So, yeah. Can't say I blame. We got enrage in 9. Go. 2, 1. What happens? Nobody is going towards anything. Okay. Okay. Alright, so we are breaking inside of the greater than. What if we move this, I guess? Down here, like that. Just completely outside of it all. What if we did that? What is that's all we gotta do? Please just let me be stupid. I'm begging you. I got a mob moving. I watched him spawn and move too, which is really concerning to me. I don't get why. Why would he do that? Why would you do that? Why are you targeting? We really got to go through the code here and figure that out. At least we have an example that it is happening with this NPC set. And it's very random. Like, extraordinarily random. It's weird. It is definitely weird. We got a big mob up there, but we don't have any space really, so I can understand him not boarding. We'll kind of see what happens. Maybe part of the problem is that the interactions that I have currently are resetting the alarm to 0. And possibly not resetting it, but they should ultimately always reset it. They're all coded to reset it. They're enraged. They ain't doing a damn thing. Why are you doing a damn thing? Okay, I'm just gonna finish the rest of it out, screw it. I really would like to know why these aren't doing a damn thing though. I really feel like something's gotta be happening here. I don't know. We're just gonna move on. I'm gonna stop fixating. Okay, so we got a steps are real into one of these. which is alarm 10? No, alarm 9. Yeah, okay. I'm doing alarm 9. I'm determined to figure this out. I will. I will figure it out. This is like one of the final things of optimization I can really do. I'm slowly just refining out the optimization more and more, kind of as I think of things. Do we want to set alarm to 0 every time with this? Just to secure that the correct thing is happening. And then you can refresh over here. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. This one we have the same thing we need to do as well. Yeah. Isn't that it? No. Wait. Wait. What did I just copy? It looked like I needed to make another alarm there. Yeah, this is looking for a place free. Oh, we could have some fun with that. We could have some real fun with that. Make that really short code, but make it really dynamic at the same time. Oh, I have a good idea. I have a good idea with this. Hold on here. I have a really good idea with this. So, give me a moment. What do we have for free alarms? Here's my workplace one. There, okay. So 8. We have 9, and we have 10. We have 8. Okay. We have 9. No, 8, sorry. We have 8. Make a 7. And then we'll make a 6. We'll do that. And then we'll make a 5. We'll do that instead. So we have plus plus, minus minus, plus minus, and minus plus. And we don't have to put them in all different in the same code checking each other. We're gonna have it loop through and check if this one comes back true, it'll go back here, and else it'll set the next alarm, and then so on and so forth. What we can do is we can set up a random alarm for it to go between 8, or a random range that goes between 5 and 8, and then that'll select that, I guess. I don't know. We can do that because then it'll sometimes reset onto itself, it'll reset to other ones, and it'll keep it more dynamic this way. I like that. Just give me a moment. Brain's frying. Brain is frying. That took a lot of thought. Need a moment. Oh, shit. Yep. Yep, she's done. She's done. I knew exactly what I was gonna do there, but my brain just... It knows what it has to do, it's just lapsing on how to do it. Setting alarms for... I'm gonna try to push past this. I'd usually end here at this point when it would be this early, then my brain would completely shut down. I'm gonna try and push back. I'm trying to push. Okay, so... Let's... I guess open these into a different workspace so I can just give quick comparisons. So we have parent enemy, we have you interact with this, we do move pick, and then we make a alarm, which now we say I range, right? Wasn't it? I random range. 5, 8. Five, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. Do between 5 and 8 there, and then arm that, and then put that into alarm, and set this here for that. And we can make this a temp variable. We don't need unnecessary to create a value here. And then I can come over into these, and then put else. Like that. And then it'll keep looping the alarm until a place is free, and then it switches to this. So it's dynamically checking. Without having it like go crazy. Do we have in here, we have if alarm 0, if alarm. Okay. Okay. me just put this in here with this. Make this easier on me. Maybe the problem is if an alarm equals 0. Maybe that's been our core problem. I just processed that. What if that is the problem everywhere? What if that is the problem? What if I'm creating bad practice? Let's make sure this is good first. We don't anything weird with us. Or an enemy. Oh, we got a big one. We got a big... That was the problem. It was the if alarm. Oh, thank God. We figured it out. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank the Lord. Alright, let's keep watching. Oh, thank God. That's so relieving. My brain is about to melt right now, though. Really, I should say explode. So, got a lot of pressure going on right now. So getting myself ready for a break after this is done here, and like this enrage phase hits and we can see what happens. We're gonna go ahead and there we go. Look at that. Everything's working. All right, awesome. Awesome. Okay. Good. Okay, so real quick to go ahead and start us off, I'm going to go ahead and update y'all on the things that I have changed and worked on since I went on my support streams, or did my coding off stream. So to pull everything up here, As you can see here, we reworked exactly, this would essentially what the room looks like for right now. It's just placeholders, but we have how you actually navigate into missions. Can I please load the game? It would help if I was tabbed into the correct thing. That's actually me. Go ahead and get that pulled up there. This one? Did you? Yeah. Alright, cool. Alright, so now when you come in here and you hit new game, you'll be able to equip the buff that you want to equip. And then you'll have your option of the mission type that you want to do, which right now, of course, is just endless. And then you'll have your endless missions on there and have more details and all of that stuff in there. But this is just kind of the idea we're going with. And what we're doing here is when you equip a buff, it'll create a save file with all of those stats in it. So when you load into the game, camera angles, another thing we'll be getting into and all of that. But when you load into the game, it'll actually just load up those files and then add those into your character on creation, so you don't, like, there's no real worrying about anything happening there. We did change around how the camera works. In order to be able to pull the camera in a little bit more and not have a really bad motion blur that can happen, we put a limit on, there's something else too that you can see there. Little systems have been added, but we have decided to actually limit how fast the camera can go, and I will be allowing for different camera angles so that at faster movement speeds you can actually have more freedom overall. But it just makes the game, I don't know, it feels a little bit better with it, actually having it zoomed in and having the camera follow like it does. The motion blur, let me show you all what I'm meaning, and this happens no matter what. So like the reason why the map was so small before was because I have to tune camera distance to map size in order to make motion blur not occur at faster movement speeds. Now, if we come over here and we have, is this it? Oh, I was gonna say that was not right. As you can see here, we have horizontal and vertical speed set at 8. Now, if we do -1, which is going to keep up with it then, you're going to see how bad the actual motion blur gets. And the reason for that is the objects that aren't, or that the objects that aren't what the camera is being focused on are moving at a rate that's slower than what the movement speed is. So it causes a natural blur, and it's a blur that you just cannot get rid of, unfortunately. As you can see there, it is quite nauseating at the end of the day to stare at that for hours and hours on end. It is extremely, extremely nauseating. So that is why we put that limitation in there, and then in doing so, I decided to pull the camera angle in closer, and then we're going to be tuning the entire game around an 8 movement speed, so that if you do want to draw the camera back and everything and have a higher movement speed for, you know, more min-max play and not more, you know, actually having nicer visuals and I would say a harder actual experience because you're being given less information. You're able to then pull your camera angle back and increase your movement speed, and then also be able to gain more information and situational awareness. So those are the few things that the camera angle thing still needs to be worked on. I have a few ideas on how I'm going to do things. I'm going to do one where you just set a slider to your own custom. And then I'm going to try to work on an adaptive one that actually adjusts the your point of view to a percentage so that it is the most, we'll call it optimal for your movement speed, essentially. So those are the few systems that I'm going to be implementing with the new camera system and all of that. So another thing is, as you could see, the map size, like I said, was drastically increased. We increased the map size by 4 times. We do have to get new backgrounds made and all of that. That's why it's squished and it looks like absolute trash in the background right now. And you have these weird spots right here and everything. We're getting the background done so that when you actually copy and paste the same background on there, everything just fits together. So no matter the size of the room, it'll actually work regardless of the fact. And what we added here so far, I'm pretty much happy with it. I just need to do a few more minor tweakings to things like making doorways or making doors and stuff. These open areas right now are to signify for me when I go back and I make a little segment or like an actual doorway and everything, that that's where you're going to be putting a door and everything like that. But we have a general sleeping quarters, which has all the bunk beds and everything in it. And then you have your mess hall for OCD reasons, just slightly more seats than you have bunk beds. But we'll also be adding, like, this is just we still need to add in, I guess you could call it, the rest of the assets, things on the tables around the room, the lamp or the torches and everything like that. This is just more, this is the setup I want to go with for the layout of objects that I'm going to be getting into later on what I want them to do and stuff like that. Because all of these current placeholder, or not placeholders, but all these objects in play right now will have a very unique purpose that I'll be going into later, a system that we'll be working on today. And then you have a officer's quarters as well, or mess hall, and then you have your officer's quarters. And then over here we have your storage facility with all of like the backups for everything. So that's what I have currently. There's untold if we're going to be adding more things into here because we do have a lot more space we can work with, but at the same time I do want to have a generalized area that's very open. So all of that's slowly being worked into as a whole. What else was there? What else was there? Okay, reworked. So the mob spawning has increased by like 3-fold or so, sometimes a little bit higher. And one of the biggest things that have helped with that is how I have redone a lot of the things. Anything that I could take out of a step that didn't need to run on every single step. And I don't know, I kind of feel like this, you know, checking for 0 should run at every single step for like a mob dying. The last thing you want to do is have something take 1 extra step regardless of the fraction of a second to have it die, you know what I mean? And then you die instead, and that's just nonsense. So I've like always on the death things, we kept them in steps, but we took our movement off, which is our biggest thing. We took movement off and we... Here we go. We took movement out and we put it into an alarm. And with this alarm, I refined it down to where it still felt like it was being constantly updated to the player, at least in the way of the player's experience of the game. But I maximized it to the point to where it gave me a shit ton more performance, because instead of running every step, this is now running every 10 steps, which is massively different on performance. So I had figured that out essentially by going up to a half a second originally, which would have been 30 steps, and then going up to 60, which would have been 1 second, noticing there was no difference between the two, and then I worked my way downwards until I found a point to where I lost that performance that I had at 30. As soon as I lost that, I went up 1 number, and then this is where I ended up. Now, another little system that I did work on as well, you'll see this times alarm speed in here. That is actually a very simplistic way to have your alarms actually tuned to the player's FPS if you don't want to time source them. So what I have done with it is I have this right here, because we tune the entire game out of 60 frame, or out of 60 steps in a second. So we take the get game speed, and then we have the variable for that being the game speed FPS, and then we divide that by 60. So no matter what the player sets it to, outside of going under 60, which we're going to get into, I left it in just as a little fun thing for the player, actually, to be honest. It doesn't really give any real advantage, to be completely fair. But as you tune upwards, your alarms will set correctly so that you won't have faster attack speeds or slower attack speeds and stuff like that. And then what this does is if it goes to less than 1, which is what I spoke about, going under 60 FPS, then it'll automatically keep setting it to 1. And then that number there simply just gets multiplied in alarms. And that's the whole system there. It was much more simplistic and lighter than running just time sources on everything like that, or having extra variables to load up for different FPSs and everything. So I was like, okay, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Now when you do go under 30 or go under 60 though, it will increase the fire rate of both, and the fire rate of you and the enemy, and also the spawn rate, but it will decrease your movement speed. So it kind of like levels each other out on the overall experience. Give me one moment here, we'll get some caffeine in my, and then we'll keep going on over these changes. Okay, and next, the mob generation. Here we go, mob spawning. So I have my same timers. I actually reduced the amount of timers, but what we did was we made some new values actually, and with these values, here we go. I didn't remember if I had them initial creation or if I just created them over here. So we have a where X and a where Y, and then we use an I random range, and we use the size of the room, which later on I can just create values to make this an easier copy and paste system that will automatically detect room size and stuff like that, and then I can just have the where X and stuff like that, kind of just, if it'll fit in a little more naturally, but this is slightly more efficient to just have direct numbers fed into it. So we have a I random range for both X and Y coordinates in the room, and then that comes into here and checks to see if the position is empty for those coordinates there, and we feed that into where the X and the Y is for those, and if that is true, then it'll go ahead and spawn the mob type we want. We have this repeating 4 different times in a row just to have all the mobs that we want to have spawn. So we'll have 4 mobs spawning at one given time in a random location throughout the room. And then we have our alarm just set at our very bare minimum amount that we can have it to, so that it's still actually an alarm. And same system that we would have before with the enemy level and the spawn and all of that for the registry on what alarm to jump over to and all of that type of stuff. Okay, and finally into the system that we're working on today. Which, let me go ahead and just get a new workspace open so that I can work on that. Okay, so the room destruction that you were seeing in there earlier, we'll go ahead and just stand next to an object and show you what I have so far on it. And what this system is to do at the end of it all is allow the player and enemy to destroy objects in the room have them respawn at a different time, you know, at a random other time. I still have to figure out the timing behind that. That's why I use the word random. And this allows for the freeing up of the environment, which then will gradually also increase mob density. Now, one thing I'm going to be implementing in here as well is when the NPCs actually interact with it, they will become buffed because they won't be able to go through it. They'll stop. Same with interactions to objects here. Instead of having your movement speed slowed, they're going to just stop you instead now. And what this is going to do is it's going to slowly buff the NPC, the enemies that against you, if you don't actually destroy the objects. So the longer they're stuck on those objects, hitting the objects, the more they will become buffed, and the stronger they'll be when they actually do encounter you. So that's the system we're working on right now. As you can see, there's literally like no performance hit at all with the spawning and deletion of things, and that's even on a 10-second respawn. So it's absolutely wonderful in that regard. We'll actually come down here to the bottom. I should probably set my camera angle out for testing. Let me set my camera angle out to what I would... 5300 by... what was it? I can't remember. Do 1080 times 2, 2160. We'll just do 4K. And then we'll do 1920 times 2, 3840. Is that 4K or is that 1440? I don't remember. Also, I have added a actual enemy counter, so you know how many enemies there actually are on screen. Forgot to even say that in my notes. Okay, I think we're almost there. As you can see, with just having the camera angle pulled back, you can get across the map very quickly, and it's not an issue. But as you can see, in a room that had a fair bit of density in it, and walls and everything, not really an issue for things respawning. Now, I'm going to be keeping the targeting system to be based off of where enemies are, so you're going to have to position yourself correctly in order to destroy all the obstacles correctly as they respawn and all of that. And this just gives the player more of an incentive to actually move around the map and make sure that all of the obstacles and everything are actually cleared up, so that the enemies aren't getting buffed and all of that. Or you're going to want to have enough range to be able to cover doing all of that and be able to kill mobs fast enough and not have them stacking on top of you. So, yeah, as you can tell, we have 1700 mobs on map right now, and we are at the minimum density, by the way. This is the minimum density. This is not maxed out. We also did slow down all of the enemies and all of that. We changed around the targeting system for the spellcasters so that they go to a old location of yours, more or less. They won't actually constantly follow you. They'll update slower, so you have, as you can see, the ability to actually dodge them. And we slowed down the game because I decided to pull back in the camera angle, and also when you're set at any of the mod densities, it can be chaotic when you're not in power creep. But especially when you max out mod density, which right now we're going to go ahead and do that, and I'll show you all what that looks like. As you can see, I mean, it's a bit rough there. If you max out mob density, you're going to be dealing with it. So the game has a much different feeling to it. It feels a lot better overall, and you can see enemies right now, they're doing a lot of damage, as you can see how fast my health dropped there. So you have room to kite around now. You have constant enemies to have to deal with. We're at 3,600 right now on the map. So you're going to have a lot more to think about when it comes to the overall play on this map. And I can honestly say I'm finally at a point of very, very happy with where the overall game is sitting at right now for the first mission. It's a very unique style of just having a killing room, and the objective stays to that. But there's little things that you can do to make it easier or harder on yourself. Definitely very happy with that. Let's see. I think that was, yep, all caught up. All caught up on the things. All caught up on the things. Alright. So that's what we worked on over the past some days. Let me show you that targeting system here as well, since I did speak on it. So what this does is I have an alarm here, or not an alarm, on creation. What it does is it just moves right to that direction there, and then it'll run the alarm, and then that's it. So now it's at whatever location it was at the point of it being created, or wherever you were at the point of it being created. And like I said, I did this so that, you know, you could actually dodge the things and not just outrange them. I felt like that was a lot more fair, you know? I felt like that was a lot more fair, especially with the mob density getting as bad as it is. The last thing you need is enemies with homing missiles constantly, and then they have like over 1,000 of them. It gives you more to have to pay attention to anyways, because you're not just like, okay, well, they're gonna hit me no matter what. You can take the initiative to yourself to say, well, I can avoid the damage if I play properly enough. And I guess to give you an idea of what the game would feel like at the movement speed that we intend for and everything, and the point of view, I'll give you that real quick, and y'all do that, and give me a moment here. How you doing, Max? Where is movement speed? Here it is. Okay, 8. 8 movement speed. Okay. Because then also the tables and all of that stuff we will be working into the destruction system. I just want to have a nice baseline idea of it first before I go through and actually do that. Oh, I added 8 to this. I added 8, so I'm going faster than that. What was base movement speed again? Baker, it's your game. I know. No. I actually should just set it to 0 because I wanted the base movement speed to be 8. Here it's 0. And that was one thing I wanted to change. There we go. That is buff speed. Here. 8. This way you don't need to worry about movement speed if you don't want to go faster than the base. Because the base still feels good. Still feels good. Time to travel still isn't bad at all. 8 pixels per step. So, as you can see, we're already... The maps will be tuned to that size. That's why I only kept it at 20,000 by 20,000 for the map. Was it's big enough to feel like you have something to walk around in, but it's also small enough to not feel like you're just lost in this world. Mainly because I definitely want a reason for the world to exist. I don't want just senseless parts of world, you know? I want everything to kind of have a unique type of purpose to it that could be utilized for the player into some type of actual facet. But yeah, just to let you see here, the actual time to distance between the top and bottom really isn't bad overall. I can sit here and actually talk through it at relative ease. It takes, what, you know, a minute or so. No. And the sides are the same like that and all of that. So it's not really an issue in that regard. So we'll sit here a little bit. We'll let mob power creep actually take place because our character is still, I don't know, I think this guy, I think the equivalent if I was to turn it into soul points right now is like 50 or 60,000 or something like that, if not higher. I don't remember exactly. 20,000, let's see here. 20 armor. You need 50 armor for each 1 point. Or you need 50 soul points. You got 20,000 damage, and that's going to be 40,000. Yeah, this is like 130,000 is what this one was. Level 130,000. So we're just waiting for mob levels to actually get there. As you can see here, we're at 4,000 right now. We're going to start seeing them come in. Now we're going to want to start moving outwards. As you can see, once you start to lose the power creep, you'll actually start to feel the pressures of the mob density a bit more. Me, I've been playing this game now for about 300 to 400 hours. So yeah. And I have a couple thousand hours in Vampire Survivors and 500 hours in Deep Rock Galactic Survivors. Or 500 hours in Brotato. I'm just used to these games. My biggest issue with a lot of those games was either the scaling felt too limited or the maps were too small. Those are my main problems. And either game had their own uniqueness to that. Vampire Survivors, the main reason why I didn't like it wasn't so much either of those reasons. It was more the fact that I couldn't play 3/4 of the characters, if not more, because it would trigger seizures. I actually really enjoyed the game. I didn't like how the mobs scaled. Like, one of the reasons why we put movement speed caps on here and everything is because in Vampire Survivors, the one thing that actually ends up killing you, even if you have knockbacks and stuff like that, is the mob's movement speed becomes so fast that they actually start skipping skipping over I guess, frames more or less, or I would say positions on the map. So then they have the, oh, there it is. Okay, we got an average. Okay, so we got a if point. Okay, okay. Little error there. As you can see, it does get chaotic there, but oh yeah, I also added a system to where if the mobs are more than 5,000 pixels away from you, their movement speed is up to 8, so they can get to you faster. When I had all the movement speed at like what it is baseline there, what you saw in the mission, on your actual camera, the mob density was terrible. Like, they were there, don't get me wrong, they were there. They were just there on the map. And it felt terrible. It felt absolutely terrible. You had to go out of your way to find mob density, and it was just obnoxious. So does anyone else need this? I don't know why the code isn't there to begin with. Does anyone else need this? Let's check over everybody real quick here. Looks like everybody needs this. Everybody's just an error waiting to happen. What I could do is, like, to clean this up if I wanted to, would be delete all the enemies. You know, or maybe have like a switch case in here. And it doesn't make a difference. There's no efficiency difference between a switch case and this engine and an if case, I actually found out. At least I'm assuming so. And you may ask, well, what do you mean? Like, why is that? They used the word easier to do. They didn't say it was more efficient. They specifically say things are faster and such. They just use the word easier. And I know why it's easier. It's because you don't have to correctly think of the correct order of if variables to occur at the right time. You can just throw it up there and it just, everything works appropriately. It's much more simple to do. I definitely get it. But it is literally nothing. It's like, as long as you have the logic figured out in your head, you can do fine with if variables. It's just a lot harder to do. To at least make work correctly. It's a lot easier to screw up and make it less efficient with if variables than with swap and everything. But if you know the correct order of which things you want to be done and everything like that, you can get away with it a bit more, because regardless of the fact it checks over. Okay, so that's set up there. That's good news with the bears. Okay, so go ahead and pull this up. I don't need this anymore. This was a part of the original system for the respawn and such. What I was actually having it done was, if something it was destroyed, it would spawn that. And then that would be holding all the values needed to accordingly do the respawn and everything. But instead I just worked some game maker magic. And I just set sprites. That's all I did. That's it. That's all it does. Less than to 0, it just sets sprite to no one. So there's no to hit box or anything with it. You can't interact with it, so it doesn't use up any visual space, so it frees up memory actually. And then that's it. And then it runs this alarm over here, which after a certain amount of time sets it to a which object, which is a sprite index, so it just tells it what sprite it is. And then it has a angle that's set as well if it's needed. but it's not needed because this just replaces the same thing and has the same appropriate values for it. I had it there just in case I needed it because the old system did require it, but I've figured out a much more efficient way to do it. And we're going to keep working through in that direction. It's beautiful. It's so efficient. It's so damn efficient. I tore my brain out figuring this out, though. Like a fucking mad scientist trying to figure out how to make this so efficient. Just trying so many systems because I didn't want to use grids and all of that shit because it's just so inefficient to do, and I didn't feel like it was necessary. I just didn't. I felt like there was something that the engine does to free up the resources like it doesn't exist, and I could figure that out. So it was just, it's nothing more than the pure engine manipulation behind it. As I like to call it, game maker magic. Okay, so what we're gonna work on now is a system that when these, the enemy collides with them. Okay. How on earth did we really get this done? I said how on earth we do it? I think we can actually just use this. Watch. We parent the collision into the parent destroy collision, right? 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 And let's set their health to something reasonable so that we can test appropriately, right? So let's just say 10,000, I guess. Unreasonable amount. Let's see what happens there. The whole goal is to make this as humanly efficient as possible. I don't want this system to even be recognized as a running system. Oh, come down. We have a lot more walls spawning here. But yeah, that is the main primary goal, is we want a system that isn't even recognized to be running. Well, good. Okay, so that's good there. Did I add too much health? I think Baker added too much health. I think we need to take away a 0. Let's take away a 0. Let's take away 0. Let's see if it works. Actually, let's set it to 100 right now, just to make sure it works at this rate. Because we are adding things to it, so let's stop adding other things to it and just do one thing at a time. Alright, Baker. We do one thing at a time now. Okay, we don't... Can we do that? Can we do one thing at a time so we understand what's breaking? Alright. Come on. Alright, they're working. We just gave it too much health. Okay, good. Okay. What happens if I stand in here? They respawn, right? Do I get stuck inside? Now we're gonna find that out. I mean, it is kind of your own problem, isn't it? Baker, is that fair? To be honest, with the amount of power creep in you have in this game, you're damn right that's fair to me. If you want to get your dumbass stuck in a wall, you better be able to get yourself out of that wall. Yeah, I'm being dead serious. I actually like it. You best use that fire rate to your full advantage, damn it. Oh. There we go. Oh, you do get stuck. Ooh. Oh, we're doing it. Oh, putting a stamp on it. I like it. I fucking like it so far. Alright. Alright, we're getting places. Alright, we're getting places. Okay, now... lettuce, tomato, and cheese. How the enemy interacts with this. We're going to set the interaction up in the enemy itself. Do I want to... yeah, everybody has their own stats. So yeah, we'll set them up in the individualized enemies themselves. And this way... we can have the enemy update their own stats real time there, and we don't have to worry about sending anything. So yeah, we'll set up the interaction here. We have the interaction inside of the destructibles themselves on how they interact with the enemy, and now we're going to make how the enemy interacts with the destructibles. And just to save efficiency, we'll split them up. Okay. Have that with you. And what do we want to do here? How do we want them to scale? How do we want them to scale? How do we... so we can take you. And we take... you. That becomes what we need. Oh, okay. Alright, I got you. So we need you. We need you. You. Need you and you. And I need you and you. Okay. Boom. And we can just bring these in here so we can stare at them for a moment. Let's go ahead and open them up in a new window. Can we get a live preview just so I can... Okay. I have like one right now. We'll just make a 1%. That gets rounded. We don't have to worry about HP. And now we take this. Do the same thing here. Just give it just a little testy run here. Do that, and we relative that. Nice and simple. This will actually buff everybody on the map. Ooh. I mean, I do have intentions of moving it off the system. But just for testing's sake right now, let's just go ahead and do that. Now here. Movement speed. Set it with cap. One, and then we say if greater to or equal to 8. Set that to be 8. This becomes relative. And let's do that. And to make it more efficient on that. Okay, so the reason why we're doing and running the if variable first is once we hit 8, we don't need it to do this at all. We don't need this. It's just boom, 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 boom. This is going to run this regardless, so we're just going to be telling it to just stop. Stop, stop, stop. What we could possibly even do, maybe make it a little more efficient. We could say greater than 8, right? And slap a else in here like this. Just to make it slightly more efficient for when they do hit 8. This would be essentially assuming that they would always be hitting 8 every single time they'd interact. This is assuming that. That's what we can say. Equals 8. Run that, and we just have it exit. And then this saves that step from occurring. So until that occurs, like I said, that this would be assuming that this would then pretty much become a default. Which I guess isn't a bad assumption. Because the reality of the player getting a 10,000 range that isn't going to be hardcore dedicated to the game would be slim with how things are set up right now. Okay, and then the next thing that we want to do as well was, where was sprite scale? Is this an instance scale? Do a relative. .001. Like that. Let's just try that on a baseline. I'm gonna rework the spawns real quick here. Just so I can test with, which is nothing but the babies. Nothing but the babies. Just take you. Take you. And then we slap you here. Do you? Alright. Put that for now. Here's the good news on the bears. Take that. Let's give the walls more health. Let's give the walls more health. I want to see them. I want to see the mobs for what they are. I want to see what they do. With the rigmarole. I tuned the right alarm. And is alarm 0? Do I have average souls in there? Young, yeah. I don't know why I thought I saw an average soul. I guess I just wait. Just wait. Just max mob density. And wait. That's what you should do. Max mob density and just wait. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh that! Oh my! Oh hello! Oh my! Oh jeez! It works. It needs to be tuned better. But we got our concept. We got our concept. Alright. Alright. It was really fast scaling. Holy shit. I like it. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're gonna continue on with this nonsense. Do remember I only run ads when I go on break and during my support stream, so you lurking during those times does keep the stream ad-free, and it is much appreciated, as it does help support development of the game. But we'll see you all when I come back from the break, and as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around, and we'll actually leave you up with the gameplay here of this. There we go. I'm trying to remember that I gotta start recording these because YouTube Studio doesn't allow me to download in 1080p. I did get some type of acknowledgement that that has been moved up to their team and that they somehow weren't aware of it. I think that's some bullshit because I found reports going back to like 2000 or like 8 years ago. So, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. But yeah, we'll see if things improve. We'll see. One moment. Okay, a little bit better. Let's see here. And that does you there. And you. There. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I keep moving those over. There's literally no purpose to it. You should be able to just copy that whole thing over at one time. Save myself some time. Yeah. Boom, just like that. Okay. Okay. This is generally why I try to figure out the least amount of code needed and just making everything as simple as possible. Is because when I do need to make changes, I want them to be very quick. As quick as they can be. This is why sometimes things that may seem simple will take me a good while to figure out. It's because I'm trying to also think of, if I need to make sweeping changes, what's going to be the problem with the sweeping changes too? How much of a pain are these sweeping changes going to be? Because you never assume that everything's going to always stay the same. Never assume. That is one very surefire way to run into a lot of problems in your code. How do I do this with you? Did I really just tunnel that? Did I really just, like... Did I zone out that hard in doing this? Shit, I skipped... I completely just blanked out of the whole process here. No. Did I? There's no way. I mean, I had to have. Everything's there. Damn. No, see, no, this was actually done different. Okay, no, this was done at a different time. Okay, I was gonna say that, no. I was not zoning out that hard. Okay, listen. Okay, alright, I was gonna say. How in the hell did I zone out that hard? Do I doubt it sometimes? No, I don't. You know, like... This is why I make the sweeping implement, or like... This is why I take the time to do the things that I take the time to do. Is so that, like, when I need to make the changes and stuff like that, it's not a problem. I can just... Once I get the baseline figured out, everything else is just seamlessly just put in. And you can kind of, for the most part, just kind of zone out while doing it. This one's set to damage still. This is HP regen. Let's check over on the other one too. I don't actually recall changing those. Tisk Baker. I actually don't remember changing those on a lot of them. To be honest with you, I think that was one of the main ones I missed. Look at that. Oh, we almost were. See, this is the problem when you kind of just zone out there and you don't know everything off the top of your head. I did remember. Okay. I did remember though. So it's okay. Is it really okay, Baker? No, it's not. Not even in the slightest is it okay. Unacceptable on every facet is what it is. Completely unacceptable. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's layout. And I didn't delete these in the beginning there before we went down. I should have done that. Okay, do that, and then reset layout. There we go. Okay, all that's done there. We're gonna remember this time. See, we're remembering. Remembering. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, find a reset. That. Boom. Okay. Okay, that's another one done. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Make it come to you. You're gonna. It's smarter. Don't do it. This is armor. Okay. Almost done, and then we can tear our brains out with the other one. We'll be right back. But at least we'll have this done. Oh, thank you. Dodge. You know how to read? Do you know how to read, Baker? Do you know how to read? I just want to double check. Alright. Good. We just tore through that. We just tore through that. We just tore through that. I'll tell you what. Oh. Okay, we just tore through that. Alright, one thing I do want to do is we're going to take these values that spawn here when we click this. Any of these. We're going to take these values here and we're going to make them a permanent fixture XY that actually spawns higher up, so they won't be spawning directly underneath the given what's it called? Underneath the given area itself, like that. Instead, they're going to be spawning higher up here always, so that it's more up to where the player's eyes naturally will be throughout everything. That's interesting. That's another thing too. Okay, apparently we got a bunch of things to figure out before we get even to where we were at before. Alright. So we'll make... Let's just open this up over here. I think we can use this, actually. We can use that. can use that. So let's go ahead and save real quick here. Close down the workshop. We'll open up a new one, and we're going to open up with all of these, and we're going to work through these and get those opening in the correct location. And then this way it'll make easy adjustments later on. Alright, while that does that, I'm going to take a sip of some water. And of course, it just finishes right when I do that, or say that. I'm still going to. Oh, and for anyone wondering with the next break thing, over time we do expect, or I do expect to be increasing the time. There's only one way I'm going to get better at doing that and being able to take longer, or see if I can. That's by pushing myself. So that is the intention. I'm just being smart for right now. Mainly the predominant goal is to get as much coding as I can get done on stream in 40 hours for the given week, and then from there I'll be able to sit back and render through all the footage and take out all the breaks, so that the support streams will have more footage added onto it at the end of every week. So we won't be running the support streams during that time period because I can't stream at the same time while running Adobe. My computer really does not like it. It really doesn't. Okay. Let's just actually, because order does not matter right now. We know what we gotta do. Let's do that. And then no, we can't just use those. Let's see here. What do we call these? Do something like that. We call it the value position. Why? Something like that? Does that make sense in my head? Does that make sense in my head? We'll call it upgrade position. Make it easier on there. Upgrade. Upgrade. There you go. Jesus Lord. Bakers, your brain's starting to shut down. Let's not talk about it, okay? And then this will be level position. Okay. So this is the buff slot. Or not buff slot, but this would be the levels right here. And then this one will be the, what's it called? The upgrade right here. So then what we can do, just to make things easy, is we have this right here, right? So we can take that and do a count. And we can grab this as well, just to have something out here. Spike, are you letting your OCD go? Shh. I've been controlling it all straight. This is actually something that would be kind of more or less close to set in stone. So, because it is the spacing I want, so I would like to be able to know exactly then what I'm looking at. Yeah, we'll do that first. That's 277. X would be the same, but the Y is going to change. Okay. Oh, this will be a perfect one to test on. This is a perfect one to test on. Boom. Looks good. A little bit more, yeah, everything's a little more natural now. And how the player's eyes fixate and such. That's good. That's good. We're just gonna make a kind of a sweeping change to this. This I feel confident enough to do that. Meaning sweeping without testing. We're just going to assume confidence. Mainly because if something goes wrong, it's going to be very easy to find it. There we go. It's like, this does not feel right. What's going on? Why did I just copy them? Okay, good. Almost done with it. Almost done with these changes. And then we can give them a quick test. And we'll see where we're at. We will see where we are at. There we go. Let's give that a test. My ability speed not working. Okay, so ability speed. Ooh. I don't want that. Ability speed. Okay, so we got a problem with crit damage. Okay. I don't have my ability. That's the wrong thing. Did I already click ability speed with that? I just not. Yep. Right. What did I do? Ah. Interesting. Not interesting anymore. Stopped being interesting and started making sense. Apparently we had forgotten that. But this is why we test things. This is why we test. Okay. There we go. Okay, so crit damage when we click doesn't erase correctly. Let's take a look at that. I see. I thought I had done you. Apparently I had not. Did we just not do crit damage? Did I just like skip crit damage? I think I skipped crit damage. At this point, I think I skipped crit damage. You know, I mean, we're already on track with it, so we might as well just look at the rest of it, right? You see? You know. That was totally not the lines of code that I wanted. And here, I'll just do this. Okay. There you go. Alright. We are getting there. We are getting there. We should probably take those off too. It's whatever. Looks good. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Okay. And now if we hit reset, boom. Good. Okay, so we got some baseline logics figured out now. Very good. Very good. Take a sip of water, and I'm gonna figure out where we're at. Okay. I think we're finally at the point of the reset. We're finally there. Yeah, I think we're finally back at the point of the reset. Okay. So, let's just stare at something here real quick. Now that we know we have everything kind of going correctly. Okay, so we want this to now How you doing, Camel? How you doing? I'm just sitting here just trying to mentally figure out how we want this to work correctly. When I hit the reset button, if there's a spot above, I want these things to move forward so that they stay in a nice line. And then it knows essentially when I go to create another one exactly to place it like that, but have everything moved up. That's what we're working on right now. So we have a good amount of this. We have pretty much everything baseline done. Or we have everything else done in the way of making this menu system work to a facet. It'll automatically create down below. We just need to make it know how to move things upwards and such now. We're getting there. We're getting there. Since we got all that done there, let's go ahead and open up a new workspace. There we go. I mean, I don't think you couldn't, but your issue is that you're gonna run into is probably kills per hour on trash mobs because of the lack of AoE that the Nataruk has over the Barama. Like, there's a significant amount of reduction of AoE. I know Nataruk has a little bit of AoE, but it's nothing near Barama level AoE. If you're gonna do that, then you can just take off the helmet build that I used, or the helmet, and you can swap on anything you want, which may make things easier than at that rate, and make your weapon pool really open up more. So depending on what you switch for, that could be a viable option in that regard. It's just going to be dependent on what you're going to be switching your helmet out for. Because I had to really think back for that vault build there. I only used that helmet choice because of ammo limitations, and Nataruk has no ammo limitations, so you're able to be opened up to a lot more options there to kind of play around with and see what may work better with Nataruk then. So in that regard, there actually could be something you could do with that. You also could, I guess, to have better gathering, on the Zenny Star, get magnetic, and the arcane to do gathering on magnetic kills. And then anytime you kill something that's been affected by magnetic damage with the Zenny Star, it'll pull everything else that's affected by magnetic damage to that target, and then allow you to take advantage of the punch through and the AoE a little bit more. No, I haven't touched Warframe in like 6 months. Since I started doing the coding for my game, I quit Warframe. I don't even have a single game installed on Steam anymore. Pretty much after they didn't want to pull back on their statement of accusing me of being a bot and threatening me with a permaban upon my next infraction, if you will, I just said, screw it. I'm gonna go make my own game so I don't have to worry about being persecuted and being called a bot. At the end of the day, I really just wanted to be QA lead of Digital Extremes, to be completely fair with you. But like, if that's where things are going, because I can understand the coding of the game, like, I'm just not gonna deal with it. Because like, I don't like quite understand the math of the game, really. Not like how Nev does and all of them. I just more understand the limitations of the coding and everything, and how to like drive the coding right to its like absolute, you know, max potential before it starts breaking and such. That's kind of what I did when I learned how to play Warframe. Not saying that like Nev or anything like that did, you know, like that's a bad avenue. It's just, for me, I didn't want to deal with it. The math in this game is very convoluted and confusing, so I chose to learn and understand the coding more. I mean, it's convoluted and confusing, but nowhere near to the degree the math is. I applaud them for being able to make the calculators the way they do and everything, to understand the way the math works, because it's where a predominant amount of the spaghetti code lies, is within the math of the game. It's a wonder how they have figured it out the way they do. I don't know exactly the everything behind it, on like what their core reasoning was and everything, to be fair with you. But that's kind of how I feel, would be the best way to say that. That's how I feel it is if you grind the game in a particular fashion to what they don't like, then they'll ban you. That's how I feel. I don't have any like proof behind it in the way of like them just straight out saying that, but you know, that's honestly how it feels. That's how it feels after the 5 years of just being accused for one thing or another for simply camping. You know, like that was the main theme that went through all the 5 years of having to deal with them. It's camping. You know, that's how it feels, at least, like I said, is, you know, that's yeah, that's how it feels. That'd be the best way to put that. Because unlike them, I'm not going to put slander upon their name for something that I don't 100% know on. You know, we'll say it like that. We'll say it like that. Now we want to figure out how to make this reset work correctly here. We have the reset default. I think we can work something with that, but I'm not 100%. I feel like that might be a wasted object, you know? How do you get the melee Zenny Star? It's a login day reward. I forget how many days. 200? Something like that, 100. It's... yeah. It's one of those, something like that. Hold on here. Zenny Star Warframe. I got you. Give me a moment. I got you. Can you tell me here? Yeah, I understand the daily trip. Every 200 days? Beginning at day 100, that's what I thought. Okay. Beginning at day 100, every 200 days after that, you'll have a chance to choose. And there's like 3 different weapons, so yeah. Is there any good alternative for that? No, it's a very unique weapon, to be fair with you. I don't know off the really top of my head. Do you watch like Gamble or Nev or anything like that? Or Mo or Dystopia or anything like that? If you watch any of them, they would be a good individual to ask. Actually, Nev's playing right now. Nev is playing right now, so there you go. Nev is streaming right now. So that would actually be a good person to ask. Let me toss you a link over there. There you go. Nev be very smart about game. He may have a good alternative for Zenny Star. And he's currently playing the game too. So, I give you what knowledge I can give you, but if I do run into roadblocks, I'll try my best to get you to avenues to get you the knowledge you need. I always try my best on that. I definitely don't have any issues talking about the game as a whole, even though I quit. My knowledge, if it still helps, honestly, I'm happy I could help. It's gonna be sitting in my head either way. It's not like I can just forget about the information I know, so I might as well use it for some type of good. Not just let it senselessly sit there. No problem, no problem. Hopefully he'll be able to help you. Like I said, the guy's extremely knowledgeable about the game, so... extremely knowledgeable. Alright, are we... yeah, we're gonna get ready for our next break here, everybody. As well, to be completely honest, because that's our next break timer. We've been going down now. Anyways, be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. Do remember I don't run ads except for when I'm on my breaks and during the support stream, so your alerts during those time periods do keep the streams ad-free for when I am here. When I am here. There we go. Completely lost my voice there. But, as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Give me one moment here and I will get the be right back run going, and when we return we're going to work further on seeing what we're going to be doing with that. It's going to be trying to figure out this whole reset thing and everything. I wasn't recording for that. I wasn't recording for that. So, to go over what we were just looking at, because I forgot I wasn't recording. We didn't make any changes. Instead, all I did was I came into here and the debugger, and I wanted to see how things were for performance and stuff like that. So, with the new systems that we put in play and everything, we'll max out mob density, and then we'll start profiling. The thing that takes the most steps in the game is the mobs deleting themselves. And my abilities, having a direction to go in. The collision system that we made uses, what was it? Where are we at here? Here it is. This is our collision system here for our parent enemy to parent enemy. That uses about, we'll say 3% of our steps. It's going up a little more now. Still not bad. And then our collision with our actual objects that we just made, like the walls, is sub 4%, sub 5%, we'll say, to be fair. So both of those are under sub 5%, which is beautiful for a collision system. Like, that is absolutely phenomenal. So we're gonna keep working, because even though it's great, it's not done. Get better. Okay, so maybe we want to just put something like we were just doing. Over here. Maybe we can just take something like we were doing here. Let's see what that looks like in a general regard. Let's override this event and paste this in here and just give that a look. I do still want the switching thing to happen and everything like that, but I just want to see what this looks like. Let's change our camera angle so that we can get a better look at things as well. Okay, change these up here, make that look all big. Set these to zeros. Boom, boom. Here we go. Actually, this seems to be working insanely well. Oh, we had some mobs go through. Hold on. Let me see. Oh no, are those walls being destroyed or something? I don't see any mobs. No, they're spawning up there. No one's getting through. Look at this. Look at this. We just... After 6 fucking months of work. 6 fucking months. We have fucking done it. We have fucking done it after 6 fucking long months. Oh my god, it's so efficient. A little bit of a reduction in mobs, a bit of a reduction, but nothing, it doesn't even go under 1500. 2000 was our old count. This is a little bit lower. But that's only because the walls aren't destroying fast enough. I fucking did it. Walls are destroying. Mob count is staying up there. It's staying up. This is a nice change of push and shove mechanic, to be honest. There's a bit of a difference. Okay, let's mass implement this and see how this feels, because these are the slowest mobs and weakest mobs in the game. But this is phenomenal. Nothing is stuck. Everything is just moving. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. I wanna just max mob density out and just enjoy this for a moment. $37. 38. 38. 30 fucking 800. $3,800 mobs on my own custom AI set. I am fucking happy. I am so fucking happy right now. This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. These guys not scaling at all? Oh, we don't have that alarm going off at all, huh? You know, we made this alarm and it's not even going. That's why it looks, the mobs aren't scaling at all. So now we'll have an idea of what that looks like after. This is great. Movement's gonna matter more. The very last thing we'll have is if alarm 8 equals 0. Yep, that's that. So run regardless. Okay, let's see how they scale now. Oh, this is awesome. Let's do no mob density or minimum mob density right now. I'm not 100% if it's working or not, to be fair. We may want to increase the scaling faster. I mean, maybe once we get down into like the actual POV, we'll have a much better idea of what's going on there. Okay, let's go ahead and get ourselves down to player perspective here. I don't know why I just don't make two different cameras. You just change visibility. Don't ask me why. No clue. No clue. Why I just keep wasting my time with this. I have none. Alright, I want to max mod density out here because I want this to occur. Actually, it'll be more noticeable with less mobs because it'll take them longer to destroy an object. Kind of common sense. Oh, you can see I got some chonkers over there. They're starting to get a little spicy. Oh. They're really starting to focus. So it's looking like we settled upon a 4 times increase so far. We'll have to put the other guys increase or in there. And this is from the time of the 400 spawn cap, which was before this most recent break that I took. Oh. Shit. I wish I would have seen that. My bad. You guys are looking at this little tiny thing of this huge map. I really apologize, everybody. Why was gamemaker so big? My whole UI just went haywire. Anyways, let's see, what do we have? Level 5,000 for enemies. Well, I want to sit it out and see. I want to sit it out and see. Okay, I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go look. Screw it. Oh, he just went into the wall there. He just went into the wall. Why'd you go into the wall, Junior? Oh. To be fair, that wall despawned at the exact same time, so that was hard to actually say that was into the wall. Oh, there was collision there. You saw that? There it is. They got stuck together. They're still getting stuck together. When does that happen? Boy, it's very infrequent. There's going to be a certain... It's going to be a certain set of conditions then. Maybe there's an else that we got. Maybe there's a... Might be something here. That one. There. See? He didn't have anything going. Okay, hold on. I want to bring this down to 30 as well. I kind of just want to make it to when they collide with it. I feel like we're good to do that. I don't feel like we need this in an alarm. May sound crazy. I feel like I feel like it's there. We would have to like massively increase the values at which things scale, I think, otherwise. Why can't I go through it? Oh, that's right. I didn't set up collision for me yet. That's right. We didn't change. That one went through on the corner right there. Right, let's head down south here. I just got one shot. Oops. So if we're gonna do that, we'd have to increase the rate at which they scale faster. Oh my. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, no, I'm just trying to test. I'm just trying to test. Please don't. No, I'm just trying to. Oh god. Oh god, he's so fast. Please stop. I'm just trying to. Oh no. Oh, I went the wrong direction. Oh, please. I'm just trying to test. I don't have slow. Why don't you have slow, Baker? Just outrun him. Keep running with your feet. He'll die eventually. Oh, so maybe I could. So like maybe I could go into an alarm. You know, maybe that wouldn't hurt actually. You know, honestly, really thinking on it, you know, maybe an alarm might be the best way to do it. You know, I mean, it's not because like, you know, I feel like it makes the mobs too strong or anything. You know, I mean, it's just like I mean, I guess maybe with slow it would be okay, but that health ball just seemed a little absurd, I'm not gonna lie. That just seemed a little absurd. Okay, so 60 times was too much. Maybe we just make it 10. The efficiency king of timers. Honestly. We're gonna kind of play around with this a little bit, and then we're gonna put everything we can into everything else and really get a feeling of things. Those guys are a little bit bigger, you can see that. They look at it at least. Alright, the other guy, he clearly just went through that. Why would place be free? Why would place be free at that moment? That's weird. Why? What makes it place free? It really just... No, it's definitely not a visual bug. Let's head down south. More walls. That layering got messed up. I don't know why. It's supposed to be yeah, even the tables and everything. Huh. Is this live? Yes, it is. How you doing, Ace? Nope, still going through. So the individualized pixel will be fine, but what would be the reason? You like that right there. Maybe we want to move this into an alarm. Hold on here. Maybe we want to move this interaction into an alarm. It would also make it more efficient anyways, so. So we take this, and this. Is that what we want to do? Or do we want to hold this one? Maybe hold that one. Very nice, Ace. Very nice. Congratulations. What are you using for your setup? Well, that's an empty alarm. That's an empty alarm. Get on the empty alarm, Baker. Okay, we can do that there. And then we'll just throw in a... If alarm equals 0, we'll run that. I'm not 100% if this is gonna work. We'll give it an old try. I don't want that running as frequently as possible, but we'll try in a 10. Not sure that's gonna be a good idea. I don't feel like that's gonna be a good idea. So we needed it to occur. We cannot run it into an alarm. That is actually unfortunate. Okay. That's where it needs to be. Tortilla. With the Spectre team? I don't blame you for using Dante. I have homies that have been using Dante since he came out for a Spectre. He seems to be one of the best Spectres due to the overguard. The player there, okay, go. Okay. Ah. Mm. Mm. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Dante really helps keep things alive, especially the healer, because like ancient healers used to really struggle, but I noticed they have significantly better survivability than what they used to have. Oh, and to be fair, I haven't played the game since February. That's why I speak about it in the sense of the individuals that I've watched. So. That would be why my perspective stands as such. Come on, please. Oh my, it seems to want to be working. I think I did it. Oh, here we go. Here it comes. Here it comes. Big test. Big test. Really big test. Really big test. Absolutely beautiful. That thing destroyed at the same time that happened. I am perfectly okay with that. Oh, I'm not okay with that. Damn it. Ah. What about you guys? Okay, walls are getting more health. Hold on. Walls are getting more health. What just happened? Yeah. Their lack of shield makes them really bad because they can't feed off the shield osprey. Everything else can pretty much feed off the shield osprey, and it is able to keep it alive a lot better. Oh, he's still going through. Why are you going through? Why are you going through? Why are you going through? Why do you do this? Why do you do this to me? What is making you do that? There's something I can do. There's something I can do. What's... Let's try this. Can I still? Yeah. With them not wanting to lift off their threat of a perma ban, I decided to stop playing the game because I no longer got the therapy that I used to get out of the game. So it was why I code my own games now. That, and there's no chance of me ever wanting to work for them as a company after everything, so. Because originally I did want a QA position with their company. It's fine. Believe. I'll sit there and worry about what could have been. I just focus on what I can do. You son of a bitch. They were locked over each other. Oh my lord, why are you still want to do this to me? Why do they lock together like that now? So what's the issue there? Why are they locking together? Why are they locking together? So this code isn't running then, and it's making them lock together. So I need something to happen here. I need something to happen here. If I can have something happen here instead for when this is true, an else, if you will. If I can have an else in here, just a very simple few lines, we'll be in a beautiful spot and we'll keep everything very efficient. Our whole goal is to keep it the way it is, which is anything, essentially the only thing that I want to be the most expensive thing running is checking this. That's it. That's it. Is mobs dying and giving me this whole thing here. That's it. That's the most expensive thing I want in the game. Now that I have that, I will do everything I can to keep it. So we gotta figure that out now. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think we can just make this a few lines of code and be good. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I don't know what this means, but this is gonna mean something to me. Or it's gonna mean something to the engine. I don't know this is what it's gonna mean to it, but it's gonna mean something. It's life, man. It's not my game. That's the way I view it nowadays. It's not my game. That's why I'm sitting here making a game instead of sitting there bitching about it. If it mattered enough to me to sit there and bitch about it, I would do it. But collective sum of things, it makes me say it's not my company, I don't care. I've had far worse things happen to me in life. Oh yeah, let's actually, we're gonna want to get closer with it. I don't know why I did that. Stupid. Oh man, they didn't. My world record run wasn't why they gave me the threat of a permaban, man. You want to like rewatch my videos if that's what you think it was, man. Ah. Okay, so now they're just interacting on top of each other. Okay, so they did that there too. So that's what they're doing now. Boom, boom. Okay, we're making some type of progress here, actually. We're getting somewhere. You're definitely getting somewhere. But yeah, man, it was nothing of the sort like that. My world record run had nothing to do with my threat of a permaban. It was for the use of macros-ish, because I was granted permission to use them, just not to the full context that I used them. But they couldn't explain to me what context was too much. That's the easiest way to describe it, man. Because I have full written consent by the company's CSRs, customer service representatives, that I can use the macros I used. It's just the context at which I used them was a problem, apparently. But then wasn't a problem after I raised hell and back. I don't know. This is where I'm at, man. Anyways, that's why I create my own games, so I don't have to question about the policies being made. And much happier for it. Much happier for it, to be completely honest. I have my frustrations and everything making games, of course, but I am a much happier individual. Knowing that I'm problem solving and getting to have fun. Regardless, for me, it's just a game. This is just a game. Making a game is just a game. It's all the same thing. It's a bunch of just trying a bunch of different inputs until something works well. And to be honest, my theory crafting back when I played Warframe was pretty much nothing more than that. So it's not like the game, it's not like how I play a game changed from game design to playing a game. It's all the same thing for me. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're going to continue working on with this. We're doing a good spot right now. But I do want to thank you all for staying around. Remember, I only run ads when I do take breaks and during support streams. So we'll see you all when I come back from the break. Why doesn't that want to change in here? What would be the reason why you don't want to change? It'd be because you're not active, I think. Because you're not active. Oh god, this is gonna be some game maker magic. Watch this. Watch this. This is gonna be so... Okay, everybody, I am back. I do apologize for taking a little bit longer there. My head is still just not being friendly to me today. I'm a bit mentally exhausted to be doing commentary and such, but I need to work, so... I deal with the longer med breaks. Or I deal with the more frequent ones and such. As long as I get work done. As long as I get work done. Let's just duplicate you. And we're gonna call this object soul. Oh, my OCD is not gonna. No. There we go. Oh boy. Baker, is that why you capitalize everything with all of this? Even though it's actually better practice to not capitalize things as frequently? Yeah. Yeah, it's because of OCD. It will bother me otherwise. And it will bother me to the point to where it would become more inefficient for me, unfortunately. One moment. Because, like, it's something that'll just sear into my fucking brain, and it'll just sit there until I fix it. It could be weeks later, and it'll still just randomly come up, be like, hey, you remember that thing you didn't capitalize? Yeah, I'm gonna be here all day reminding you about it. It's like, oh, why? Why? Why are you doing that? Please don't. Okay. Should be an empty draw. And then I'm gonna call you souls per second. Maybe? Is that what I want to call you? Souls per second. Why do we have a -10 on here? What do we do? Oh, we did middle and then we just... Why? Why didn't you just do top and bottom? I'll forgive you for right now, Baker. That was the old you. It's not gonna... It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. But it isn't something that I would do nowadays. Instead, I would have these done by top and bottom, and then they would sort themselves out like that. I wouldn't use Y-, and then just do a middle alignment. Essentially do a middle alignment, and then to offset it into the correct position, minus the direction that I choose to go into. Wouldn't usually do that. It would just be X, Y, and then these, which these are kind of weird. This would be bottom alignment to have it come up on the top, and then it would be top alignment for the bottom end. Middle, of course, middle. So if you have something big enough to where you could have fit 3 of the values in there, you'd be able to do that. And then if you wanted to, you have these left and right center, all that for extra things. So if you have like a unique interface where you have like a bunch of different things, you have the ability to place essentially 6 different things, more or less. Yeah, something like that. Wait, more than that. Be 3, 6, 9, 9. 9 different things. Okay, let's see, we have soul counter here, and we want to call this like souls per second. And we're gonna go bottom with that, and then that, like that. We can make it large. Well, we should just souls per second. Or fast scaling. Kind of give me a base idea of what I'm looking at here. We want to make sure this thing isn't inheriting any of this noise, so we're just going to give it empty things. I'm not really the biggest fan of doing something like that, but I need these values. Do we actually? Or could we just... Oh, hold on, I need to put this on my, on the UI. You know, it ain't gonna find it if it ain't there. We can't look at it. I don't know if y'all knew, but we can't look at something that isn't there. Shit is crazy. Unbelievable. Okay, concept is there. Concept is there. It will do a little bit here. Cause I kind of just... I want a little bit of separation between them. It's kind of... not minus, this is plus 3. Stupid ass. This is minus 3. I want a little bit of spacing between them. The boxes aren't final assets, so I don't really care about that. Like, it can look a little wonky in the box if it wants, I don't really care. The box ain't gonna be there. Yes, there's just a tiny bit more spacing to it. Tiny bit more. I was thinking 5 was gonna be good, but I was kind of hesitant. And that should be perfect. Yeah, that looks a lot better. That looks better. Alright. I know it looks weird with the box and everything. I get it. We gotta do it here. Here, let's do this. Let's do this, yeah. We can do that. There. I can do this. Come on. Let me do that. There, see? Better. There we go. Look, see? That's why I have the boxes like they do. Is if my OCD is really going and I'm like, I have to just make this thing look good, it's very easy for me just to adjust it. It's just scale sizing, and it looks fine either way. So, that's why I have these placeholders like that. Boxes are phenomenal placeholders. Basic shapes are always great placeholders because you can scale up and down really easy with them. I'm going to switch this back to draw self because I already know I'm going to probably forget about that. Okay. So here, this is soul counter. Now when we click it, what do we want to do with it? What do we want to do with it? What is this thing? Soul counter is how many kills we need to get. So this is something that caps at 1. So it starts at 100. So we can give this 100 tiers if we so want to. And we'll have all the buttons just be increases, and we'll set a general reset to it. I know we could do otherwise, but I feel like that's just going to kind of be the best way to handle it. I feel like the other stuff is like, it's usable, but I generally would feel like if the player is going to be resetting the thing, they're just going to reset a whole flat thing and want to redo the values altogether. That's what I would guess. I mean, I could set individual resets, I guess, for each one. Could do that. I guess it wouldn't take long to do that, so yeah, I can do that. I can probably do that, as long as the UI doesn't get too cluttered. I think that's going to be the main thing behind it, is like keeping the UI populated, but not overly populated. It's going to be the main thing. Okay, so this one, we want to do if player level It is the same thing that I used, correct? Totally not where I want to be right now. Reset increase. Do something like that. Pause level, see? This is why we have other code to look at real quick. Pause level. I knew it was something different. Not less than. This is going to be a greater too, thank you. We'll say 100. Just to give us a test. I think 100 would make sense in a general regard. 100 for each one, you give 100 ranks. And 10,000 levels. Right? I'm stupid. I'm stupid, but I'm gonna just double check because I'm stupid. Yeah, 10,000. Yeah, no, that's actually reasonable. I can go with that. Just flat 10,000, flat 100 for each one. And this way your first point into it. Yeah, yeah. We can do this 100 and then we can also do... We can set these something like that too. I think with this whole thing we can essentially do a 100 on it. 100 for each point. So you have like 10,000, 6,000. Yeah, I think this would be like, in order to have this fully at a really nice, at a decent spot, you'd probably have to invest like 15,000 points then. Or not 15, but 25,000. 25 to 30. Okay. These are all really late game things. A lot of these things aren't going to, like, these little systems that I've been adding, they're not going to be, like, absolutely mandatory to complete the baseline of the game, but when it comes to beating, like, hard modes and everything like that, these type of systems are going to be more required for you to get your levels that you need. But the baseline of the game, you're going to actually be able to just kind of naturally play through the game in each mission, and you're more than, like, you're pretty much going to have enough to get you by into the next mission. Is how I have it set up. It won't be like insanely easy if you do it like that. You don't take your time to kind of farm things out. But there is going to be that option for it pretty much. You know, to where it's like going into an endless mission, you're not going to be sitting in endless missions for like 7 hours in order to do like the next non-endless mission and such. Probably didn't hear me there. Bless you if you hear me now. Anyways, so what we want to do then, we can set up a few things here. Thank you. No problem. Let's see. And then we do soul counter and we can -1 from that. -1. Hmm? One other thing. We need one more check behind this. If soul counter is greater than 1. Actually, should we allow a player? I mean, essentially 1 is 0. Isn't it? Isn't 1 0 at the end of the day? Or do we let the player go to 0? Just, that bitch is just on. It's just on. I mean, essentially at 1 it's on. If you're killing 1 mob a second in a game like this, where your entire party together consists of projectiles shooting at around 1800 rounds a minute, so, or spells a minute. I mean, that's, yeah. And then you have mobs spawning in at a 30th of a second, and there's 25 of them spawning at a time. Well, at least in this current map. Hmm. Yeah, no, we're gonna leave it like that. I know that was a lot of thought for something so simple, but you know, that's kind of how things are. You always want to make sure you really think of everything. As much as you can. Think as much as you can. Because there's no such thing as thinking of everything. Definitely, oh, you're always going to miss something. But... okay, good. So we can't click that. That's what we wanted. Now we're going to reset this over to 100. And we're going to make sure we can drop points. But it's always important to think as much as you can. And as you continue to keep thinking as much as you can, you'll broaden your ability to think of scenarios. There we go. Good. Now we don't have enough points. We got 40 left after. We're sitting good. Alright, awesome. So if we gave ourselves... Oh. Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. That's not gonna save. I'm like 100. That's... I don't even gotta check. I'm 100%. That's not gonna save. Give me a moment here. Stupid. It's important to make sure that your levels actually get updated. Otherwise, when you close, guess what's gonna happen? Nothing. And I could just make it all a temporary system. I mean, in theory, actually, I could just make it a temporary system. But I feel like that might get annoying for the player. Like, if these are deep, if these are like really endgame system, it means typically there's going to be reoccurring using these within a time period, because there's going to be like set time put aside to it. And having anything reset is just going to be fucking annoying at that point. You don't want to deal with it. So... alright. Now... we needed 10,000 for everything. That feels annoying. Can we just figure out a hold on it? Hold on. Give me a moment. Okay. Almost there. You're getting there. Okay. Okay, hold on. I got it. I think I got it. Like that. I think I did it. I don't think I need it. Hold on. I don't think we need this. Not sure. I don't need it. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's so painful. Why? Okay, we just enter in a value then. At that rate. We'll just enter in a value. That's all. We'll just use the same system we used for everything else there. We just enter in a value. I guess. It's gonna make more sense. Yeah, it's gonna make more sense than having the player click like crazy. Okay. Alright. I mean, I guess we could just set it to 10 and just allow them to click 10 times. Right? And this way a player doesn't have to do the math in their head and stuff. They just click it. I want to be able to hold click though. Okay, good. I can bring myself down to 100. Alright. I saw that minus 100 too. That was because of that. Which makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think just had a loop. No? Why? Oh. Oh, that's why. Yeah, it just crashed. Let me see. Okay. Let's try something simple. There. Oh, it worked. It worked. It worked in a sense. It crashed the game, but then it worked mathematically. Like, it actually set it down to 1. It did work. Can't say it didn't. Oh, it's working too well again. Oh. Oh, we're there. Ah. Oh, we did it. Okay. This did not work the way I wanted it to, though. Alright. We did it, though. We got it to do it. I really like it. I'm gonna take a break here. We're gonna think on this, on how to have this better. Or probably just have enter and value yourself. Probably work the best way around it. But remember, we only run ads during breaks and such like, and support streams, so your lurks and all of that during those times are much appreciated and keeps the stream running as it is. Also remember to subscribe to the channel and give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. But we will leave you all up with some gameplay. I'm gonna adjust that. Okay. I'll leave you all with some gameplay while I go take a break here. And like I said, when we come back, we're going to continue trying to figure this out. I'm actually going to... Yeah, I want to equip this one here. This is like the really long run one. So I'm curious to see what this looks like. Anyways, we'll see you all when I come back from the break. Okay, there we go. I keep forgetting to record. Really bad with that. But, so what we're going to do to make this, try and make this more consistent on our number, is we're going to use our X, we're going to use a base number, and we're going to have that number be compared to everything. We also could use a max value as well for it, but given where we have it spawning right now, I figure that's just going to work well. I think what we actually will do, instead of just setting it for a direct value like that, or a read value, we're going to give it a direct value, and we're going to make sure it's an exact coordinate, so that it's going to be more consistent. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's like, you just gotta get a little sleep, and you'll be good the next day. Be good the next day. 817. That's where we're starting. That's our base. Our base is 817. Now our question is what is our max? What would our max be? We have, it's a 992 plus 175, 1167. That would be our max. Let's make a max just in case. A max as well. And we do. Okay. Right. So we're still going to use this system here, but what we're going to do, instead of the before, I want to do base. We could do base, or we could do max. Max would always be a good subtraction, and we could start it from the beginning on it. Otherwise, we would always want it before, because the number is always going to be smaller. Let's try it with base first, because that's where my brain was at. We'll do that. And that. Let's see if that makes things more consistent. We may want to do max. It may make the calculations better, but I'm just going to see something. I like when you don't show. I like it a lot when you don't show. Voting game. Okay, so I got that like that. Let's go ahead and we're gonna put that other hovering back in again. It was causing problems before, but maybe if we put it back in now that we did this, it'll work better. I don't know. We're gonna see. Go. $8.17. $14,102. Okay, that's definitely not even. Why? 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 Why isn't that wanting to be consistent? Let's try it with max. Maybe there is something with that. Maybe it's with all three of them. Does not seem logical. Does not seem logical in my head. Maybe there's something wrong with this part here. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with that part. Maybe the parentheses is making it count weird even though it shouldn't. Maybe I should make it a pre-value and then have that value be the value. Actually could be an idea. Let's try this first. And then we're gonna separate this from this value here, and we're gonna make it a different value up here, and then we're gonna make that value read to that. Then we'll see if that makes things consistent. $8.17. 15,680. That's nowhere near correct. Okay. Okay. Maybe we set it to an actual just straight value instead of adding and subtracting. Let's try that next. Anyways, 817. 14,644. Now we're at let me try this. At this rate, what is it honestly gonna hurt? Maybe just straight setting values. We'll keep messing around until we get it right. Three. $345. 345. Oh my god. We did it. I think. No? Oh, god damn it. That was so close to consistent. That is very close. Yeah, but the problem is it can literally be off by just 1 to 2 numbers on the scroll bar. That's the annoying part about it. We got it. I think we got it. I think we actually got it now. 335. 15. I think we got it now. Okay, alright. So what was happening was that second line of code was double running things and causing inconsistencies. And now we're in a better spot. We're getting there. Now we're getting consistent numbers. Because that's the main thing I wanted, was the consistent numbers in the way of how it detects the scrolling. Because the way I'm using the scroll detection right now on the numbers is actually based off the XY. And because that was double running sometimes, I guess because sometimes it would be like in contact but not in contact, just really quick, it would probably double run it. And that's where I'm guessing the randomness that would come about, or we wouldn't get the same number twice. So it's at least figured out in that regard. I want to switch these. I think that's going to make it go in the correct order for me. No, you still don't do that? Interesting. At least we're getting a consistent number every time. 335. We got 15. Okay. Alright. Now I'm trying to figure out if I want to try to work this number into a number that can associate with my spawn value number, my spawn density number. Or do I work... I guess it really doesn't matter. I can just do either or and just make like this. I look at the values here. I got 15 and 320, and I can kind of just figure things out with that. And then that can just get transferred into some type of fucking number there that just gets spit out differently. I would like it though to be spit out as a solitary percentage. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. What if I did something like this? This may seem weird. This may work. Give it a moment here. This may not make any sense, but if this just detects correctly to the pixels, then everything works fine. Alright. No, you're not wanting to. Oh, we're not adding one. We're not adding one. We're not adding one. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me add. And then this would be minus. Actually, we could just make this minus. That. Maybe assign a decimal or something. I'd have to create it to be a decimal, and then I can convert it over. But yeah, I mean, that is an idea. 100%. 67. Oh, we're hitting 3. 67. 3. Oh, no, okay. Well, that's not bad. We're hitting the same values here. Okay, so we are definitely seeing consistency in things. What if I just did like 1 and then like -1? Is that literally going to work exactly the same for me though? Even though we tried this yesterday and it was having a little bit of issues being consistent, but this gives me the ability, like if it does work at least, then I know like the other parts of my code were wrong yesterday that I've corrected already. But this just allows me to know the freedom that I'm going to have for consistency and value setting and the values I can have and the math I'll be able to use to do whatever I need to do. 67, and it's going to go back down to 3. 4, 3, yeah. 67 and 3. We're still getting the 67 and 3 every time. Okay, so that's good. I know it's a little janky on the detection right now, but we are going to be fixing that. We're going to be working on it. Oh, I think I know how we can actually fix that. Hold on here. Give me a moment. What we're going to do is we can do a clicked. We can run through here and to have it detect click, so you just click on it once and then you can freely move it back and forth no matter where you go. So the player doesn't have to worry about that. I personally don't like settings where I have to hold and drag over. I don't like that ever anyways. So if I could just like click it and then drag it over where I want and click again and it confirms it there, for me I always find that easier than having to click and hold. I can also allow the player to do either or as well. So I can just set up both of those. Okay. Let's work on that later. I'm gonna work on this first. Alright, so what are we gonna do here? Why can't we get that to a 0? If we start at 0, why doesn't that want to go back to 0? Could be because we're not hovering over this thing anymore. So the hitbox would have to be slightly bigger so it would go to the actual end. Do we even need to be that precise? And then the other question is on the slider, what is the equation we're going to use for that to make correctly? We started at a 1 point, or the max density is 1.2. The minimum density we want is a 3 times. 3 times meaning 3 times the FPS value set, so it won't go under whatever your FPS is times 3. And that's your CPU steps, not your actual FPS, but it's more or less, it's just to allow the player to have the performance they desire. That's what I'm thinking of too. I'm thinking if we just extend out, like, as a very simple ghetto fix, if you will, would be something like this more than likely. We just come over here, we grab collision mask, we mode manual, and then we just come out here like this. We know it's going to be like, what, 3 pixels essentially, so we can say left -3, like that, and then that will probably hit us to 0. Now we got 2. So 3 gave us 1 value. So 9. As you can see though, it's a very simple, easy ghetto fix. If I want to secure the fact that we'll get 0 every time, here it is. But I'm going to be using a different number value there in general, but it will be nice to know that I can actually hit a solitary 0. I got 1. You're maybe going minus 12. Why aren't you wanting to see the 0? Why don't you want to see 0? Can we talk? God, I should really don't want to see the... Oh, there's a 0. There we go. Okay. It would have to be, we know it's 3 pixels per 1, so you divide 3 and you add 1 extra pixel, I guess you'll add. And then like that would secure you maybe a little bit better, and then you could set the slider to work a little bit better in the way of interactions, and then there you go. If you wanted to like 0 to whatever there and guarantee you're going to be hitting 0, this will pretty much give you a very ghetto line of security about it. Otherwise, what you can do is you would come into here and you would set that if x equals base or max, then it sets that number to that or something like that. But you're still going to be left with a bit of inconsistencies. But yeah, those would be the only ways, really. At least like in a very quick, easy fashion to fix things. I'm gonna take a sip of water here real quick though. You said slider. Maybe when... Oh, I set slider as 3. I could probably set slider as 3. Probably. I don't think that's the issue, though. I think it's more of a detection with the mouse on the object itself. But let me try that. Set slider. What would slider to 3 be? Oh yeah, start this out at 3 maybe. That's what would make sense to me and what you're referring to. Now we're getting a 70, and we're getting a 6. No. You mean different? Oh, you mean set a differential of -3 to it? Oh, so just essentially come into here and then make sure there's a differential of -3 added into each of these. That's what you're getting at here. Essentially that. Is that what you're getting at? I don't know how to explain what just happened here, man. I don't know. Am I? I don't know. Like, set position to whatever mob count as 3. Yeah, you'd be looking for a differential of 3 then. So let's go ahead and maybe we can relative this. And then we take spawn value and we'll throw it into here, and that'll maybe work. Oh, actually, we could just do 1 -3 here. Like that. And then this one would be -1. -3? Is that what my brain is saying correctly? Because if we want to do a differential of 3 and we need to make sure the 3 is the backwards end of things, I guess we could leave the addition the same, but the subtraction has to be made sure we have a differential of 3 in it. And I guess that will probably end up making it hit 0. Right. I felt like that was going to do something wrong there. So -1, -3, and then we do +1 plus, we do a +3 here then, and then the differentials will make up for themselves and then hopefully equal out and then give the exact number required. No, we're getting, I mean, we're getting same numbers, but it's further off. Am I thinking of that correctly when it comes to differentials? I think I'm thinking of my math correctly on that. We'll try spawn values in it. So it's just going to do pretty much the same thing there, just bigger numbers. Well, not even bigger numbers, pretty much will be exactly the same here. We're going to have that craziness of the equations before there, or the numbers. The negative and all that. Okay. I'm gonna ignore all that. I'm just gonna ignore all that. Okay, so what we're gonna do here. To look at a percentage, and we're gonna have to make this a percentage. Okay, so we can do POS current divided by the max number, I'm gonna guess, and then with that max number, something like this. Take that number and that number, right? And we create that. And then we can turn that. Let me just see if this gives me the correct decimal values that I am looking for. Are you talking the actual equation that it detects to tell you, to the game to tell it how many mobs to spawn? Is that what you're asking for? Okay, there we go. Okay. Alright, we have our percentage here. Somewhat have our percentage. Okay. I don't like that it doesn't go to 1, but we have some type of baseline percentage here. Anyways, no, like the idea. The idea is that it'll continue running your CPU steps down until it's within a multiplier of your FPS. So essentially, if mob count was 3, it wouldn't be a negative, it would be like a 3. If mob count is 3, it's your FPS times 3. And then that becomes 180, and then it won't go under 180 steps. If you have it set to max, which is 1.2, it'll multiply it times 1.2, and it won't go under that, which is like, what, 75 or some shit like that? 80? I'll take a sip of water. And pretty much what that does is it allows for interactions to take place and the little extra steps for the interactions. When you're at the max settings for things, at least. Okay, I actually have an idea here. It just clicked on me. If I can just do a +1 -1, right? It doesn't even matter the values. I can do fucking 10,000 if I want. As long as I can do that and I can make those consistent, then I can make a max range, and then I can have a current range, and then have those divide, and that'll always make sure that it's always at 0 when it starts, and it always has a max value, so then the percentages will always equal up together with each other. There we go. Done. Okay. We have our certain amount of steps, then we can make the percentage meet up to everything else in the thing, and essentially say, like, if for, like, essentially for every, we can set up a loop even if I wanted to, for every point or some shit like that, it'll immediately then, like, loop it one more time and add a certain amount set variable, and that variable will be based on a percentage there, and then that will read over into the mob cap count and then loop that around enough times to meet that to the number that's required for it, whether it be going up or down. Simple. Because we're going to be turning it into a percentage, so then it's going to know how many times to loop it regardless of that, because it will have a whole number on that, so we can tell it to just loop that number. On. Okay. So we know it was 67 was our highest value, and we have our min value of 3. 1 would be the most ideal there. So our POS max becomes 67. Like that. And then this sets at 0. Oh, wait. We need that. I need that. They're placeholder numbers. We're going to be slowly turning them over into a percentage. 67 will be 100%, and then we'll be setting... I'm just going to extend out the brackets a little bit there, like I did that little ghetto fix there to give us a 0. And then we'll be able to obtain a 0 percentage with that, or we'll go to a 1 in order to obtain 1%, essentially. And that'll give us our 1 to 100 value. And then we can just take my values that I want for everything, and then I can just divide them by 100. Like essentially I have my highest value for my number multiplier and my lowest number for my multiplier for the mob spawning, and then I can figure out how many placements I want in between those, or to have 100 placements in between those, and then I have that number read off of a loop is what we're doing, so that it knows how many to set it to. So we're just using this number to come out with a whole number, and then, or with a percentage number to turn into a whole number, or a decimal number, and then we turn that into a whole number, and then that whole number becomes our loop number. Yeah. That's where we're at right now, and we're going to test that to see if that works. Okay, so we have max in there. So we want a number. We're going to need to make a number to go up before this number here. Because we can use POS current, but we can't. No, we can't. We have to use that for that detection there. So we'll need to create one more value here in order to have that number going upwards or downwards, so that the division works appropriately and it has a number to divide to. And we shouldn't have to relative it, or we don't have to relative it. We'll set it to, and then that'll give that. Okay, so we take out current. POS count. We're going to rename this one because we're not using it. And we're going to start that at 0. Right. This is less than. That's plus, then we're gonna need POS count. POS count. Okay, so it goes +1 minus. This is a +1, this does a -1, and then we have a division occur between the count number and the max number, and then that spits out to spawn value itself. Okay, well, we can potentially hit that. We just need to. But we're good. There's 100. We set that back to go a little bit further, and we'll be able to hit 0. Or 1. So there's that on that end, and then we can take the... What is that? Times 100, I think is what it was. I guess we could just turn a decimal into a whole value, but is that going to do that once we hit 1 as well, or do we have to multiply? That's the question. String to number, decimal, here we go. Boom. We'll round it. We'll just let it take the rounding as it wants. That. I can always, yeah, I guess you're correct. If I reset it to exactly 100 pixels, it'll probably work a little bit better, but to be fair though, it's a 150 pixel thing right now, and I don't even get 100 out of it. Just, I want to throw that out there today, man. This is actually it's 350 pixels wide, and I get 67 count out of it. So, take a moment with that one, man. Because otherwise I would have just taken the dimensions of the object itself, and then that would have been, like, I would have taken the width of the object itself, and then I would have used that width as the actual division. I wouldn't have done the whole, like, figuring out exactly how many with the count and all of that. Because that would have been much easier. Because theoretically it should move across that many steps, but the reason why it doesn't is because of the speed of it. I'd have to have it move across that 1 pixel at a time per step. And this moves across at 4 pixels per step or something like that. So that's why there's a bit of a difference there. If I did jump 2, that may work a bit different. Oh, that thing is not wanting to work right now. Okay, hold on here. Isn't it a decimal to integer? Well, fine. If I just times 100, then it should just be fine then. Should be the exact same thing. This is what I want. Just want to be a pain to me. No, he's being such a pain to me. There, you're happy now, aren't you? There, see? Now you know that you're a fucking whole number. Okay. And now what we want to do is we're going to want that round again. And we're going to take this here, round that. That's what we going to do. It would be 550. Yeah, but that's gonna be a mat. Like, I don't know if I want to make a slider bar that big. I mean, I could. Yeah. Yeah, no, man, I told you, I got it. It's fine. Why does that not want to round up correctly? Do I have to put that before? I'm confused. Why would I have to put that before? Oh, shit. I'm about as dumb as they come. Wrong value. Wrong value. It's not gonna change, bro, if you don't tell it to change the exact value. There. This way we get solitary percentages and we don't have weird percentages. We have whole numbers now. There you go. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna get myself ready for a break here. We're making some decent progress on this. Next thing when we come back, we're gonna work on making this interaction better with the mouse and the slider and all that, and making it more coherent, if you will. I guess would probably be the best word for it, I don't know. Or more responsive. There's the word I'm looking for, responsive. We're gonna make it more responsive for the player and all that. But that's it. We're gonna go ahead and take a break here. I only run ads during my breaks and all of that, so definitely be sure to stick around for all that and help support development of the game. And I'll see you all when I come back from the break. So let's clean up our workspaces. What we're going to work on is integrating all of the current hit system or collision system into, what's it called? Into all the other enemies. I should have cleaned these up before, but this is where we're at. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we have our empty workspace. So right now, oh, what's this? We have our template done. Now we transfer. Oh, I don't think I needed anything from the create. No. No, we did not need anything from that, so that's good. We needed alarm 11. We needed this. This was inheritance, that's fine. That one and that one. We did have one other alarm, didn't we? Can I move something else and do an alarm? There was something with the steps. We'll look into that. Oh, I have to change the interaction in with the steps. That'll come after. We're gonna do this first. We're gonna do this first, and then we're going to. I don't know why I'm whistling. I'll do this, and then afterwards we will work on everything else with it. So right now, we need to make an alarm. That was alarm 11. I want to delete that. I want to inherit this. And we're just going to copy this stuff over and we'll change the variables. Okay, so there's that. And what we can do now I almost want to do that for every single one of them. And then we'll just open them all up and then we'll go through them that way. So we don't have to keep going back. You know, honestly, let's copy alarm 11 too instead of making it. Okay. That's all copied over now. Let's go ahead and open these over here. Just so we have a more open work area. We're gonna start over here. Okay. Copy that. Paste that down there. Alright. This is one reason why I always work kind of hard to make the systems that I make, is when it comes to mass integration into things. I like to always make it as easy as possible. There's nothing worse than having a just terrible day of that. What is your speed cap? What is that called? Is it TKG? Getting there. We are getting there. Okay. That's all that moved over. Let's go ahead and save that. Now what we're gonna do is come over here. Here. I hate alarm 1. I wish it would just show. Nothing else. Uh, Let's see how that does. I have no damage.